I'm looking at the refrigerator going, and I just barely stuck away in the middle.
Yeah. We'll see. You have to be determined.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Yes, everybody ready? Ready, Margaret? Hi, good morning and welcome to the July 15th, 2026 City Planning Commission meeting. It's been a few days since we've met, so we're looking forward to being here today. I hope everyone had a great 4th of July and enjoying the soccer matches. Speaking of which, we do all have an appointment today at 2 o'clock, so we got to be done by 2. Commissioners look forward to hearing your cases as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we'll hear the cases in which they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by regular docketed items. Today, we have a twist on our agenda where we placed a starting time on docket item number 12. That case will not be heard prior to 11:30. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. And then once we move to public comment, we will call on those who have joined us in person first, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. Please be brief and limit repetitive comments. Those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it's your turn to speak. Have your video camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps us make sure we get your testimony for the record. And remember, we have a 2:00 appointment. All right, with that, Sarah, can you let us know of any other rules that you have, please?
Yes, I'll describe the testimony procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for everyone joining us online. Please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting, attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept a promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can still raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium that's located to the left of the seating area when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. We ask that you silence or keep on mute all of your electronic devices and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. The commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You will be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. Those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go through the consent agenda, followed by a quick closed session, and then go with our regular agenda following that.
The consent docket has 3 items. Item C1 is case CLD Final Plat 2024-17, a request to approve a final plat in District M2-3 on about 60 acres generally located at 10951 North Congress Avenue, allowing for the creation of 2 lots and 1 tract. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C2 is case CLD Final Plat 2026-13, a request to approve a final plat in District R80 on about 10 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Interstate 435 and North Woodland Avenue, creating 1 lot and 1 tract to facilitate the construction of a religious assembly. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And item C3 is case CLD Final Plat 2026-17. A request to approve a final plat in District UR, creating 1 mixed-use lot with 489 residential units and 2 tracts on about 22 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Independence Avenue and Hardesty Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C1, C2, or C3? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C1, C2, or C3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony on that then, and I'll take a motion.
Chair Carl, I move to approve consent docket items C1, C2, and C3 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of those docketed items. Margaret, can you take roll call, please?
Merkin,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Morale,
Aye.
Padilla.
All right, looks like that motion passes 7-1. With that, I'd like to make a motion to go to a closed session to discuss legal matters pursuant to section 610.0211 RSMO.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second. So Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Merkin,
Aye.
Crawl.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Morale,
Aye.
Padilla.
Okay, looks like that motion passes. We'll be right back here in a few minutes. Okay, so I make the motion then to bring the planning commission back into our meeting.
Second.
So I got a motion and a second. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like that motion passes. We're back in session. Let's start with docket item number 1, please.
Would you like to do continuances?
I'm sorry.
Continuances?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like to do the continuances first?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Sorry.
Continuances start with docket item number 7, case CD CPC 2026-88. A request to detach approximately 0.63 acres of right-of-way generally located south of the municipal boundary between Hillcrest Road on the east and Hayworth Road on the west from the corporate limits of the city of Kansas City, Missouri, to permit subsequent annexation by the city of Independence, Missouri. Staff recommends continuance without fee to August 5th. Docket item number 13 is case CD CPC 2026-57, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan in District B4-5 to allow for the expansion of a self-storage facility on about 6.7 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Northwest Prairie View Road and Northwest Donovan Drive. Staff recommends continuance without fee to August 5th. Docket item number 14 is case CD SUP 2026-33. A request to approve a special use permit to allow an automotive dismantling business to operate in an M3-5 zoning district on about 0.726 acres, generally located at 1012 Woodsweather Road. Staff recommends continuance without fee to August 5th. And docket item number 15 is case CD SUP 2026-20. A request to approve a special use permit for a gasoline and fuel sales establishment in an M1-5 zoning district on about 0.314 acres, generally located at 840 North Montgall Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to August 5th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of those docketed items?
13 wasn't read, but I believe it was 13. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thanks.
7, 13, 14, and 15.
No questions.
All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items 7, 13, 14, or 15, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony and take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket items 7, 13, 14, and 15 as stated in the docket. Second.
A motion and a second for continuance of those docketed items. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, looks like that motion passes. Now let's go to docket item 1.
Docket item 1.1 is case CD CPC 2026-29, a request to approve an amendment to the KCI area plan from residential low density to commercial. Item 1.2 is case CD CPC 2026-28, a request to approve a rezoning from District AGR to B4-1. And item 1.3 is case CD CPC 2026-27, a request to approve a non-residential development plan to allow a variety of uses and multiple buildings on one lot, all on about 23 acres, generally located at 12220 Northwest Skyview Avenue. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for these cases.
Good morning, commissioners. One moment while I pull up my presentation. Got me again.
Technology again.
start. Or Genevieve can give you a presentation without PowerPoint based on the staff report, since you have seen the case before. Which, well, she can't show anything, so staff report is publicly available.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start.
This time I plugged my computer in so you all could see.
Okay, can you share off of your computer? Maybe?
That is beefy.
Gotcha.
Have all
Hopefully.
my notes for you all.
Go back to printouts.
So with that,
You sharing all the way through?
this is not sharing on Zoom.
It is not sharing on Zoom. Okay. Gotcha.
Would you like me to start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Docket item 1, as stated, is for an area plan amendment, rezoning and development plan, which was all before you on April 15th. This is for the hub, generally located in the northern portion of the city, not too far from the airport. Subject site is 2 parcels. It has one existing building, which was formerly a school, and then the property owner has since put a storage building on the property. And then again, this is just the area plan amendment request from residential low and medium density to a commercial designation, along with that rezoning from AG-R to a B4-1 district. This is the updated site plan that was provided after a few iterations. This information here was added, so we have a list of permitted uses on it. We have areas identified to be paved and gravel, as that was moving to the B4 zoning district does not permit gravel. So they have since filed an application to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. That is pending until we see if this rezoning is approved and they need it still. And then some notes on the plans indicating outdoor storage, which was an issue and a large violation on this site, will only occur on paved surfaces as an accessory use to all of the indoor storage uses, which are permitted or which will be permitted if this development plan and rezoning are approved. And then the approximate square footage of gravel that they are seeking the variance for. So those are the updates since you last saw this. And then I just have a couple of things to add about the rezoning criteria, which this is in the staff report, and why staff is still recommending denial. Really, the issue here is the rezoning request, and without the rezoning passing, the development plan cannot be approved for the uses that are shown on it. So conformance with adopted plans and policies, as you saw from the area plan, colors for future land use, this does not conform to our area plan recommendations. Going to a commercial designation, this is much more intense than any of the surrounding properties. Criteria B, zoning and use of nearby properties. Again, this area is largely agricultural and very low density residential. The closest developed B4 property is over a mile away from this site. And then criteria E, suitability of the subject site for the uses which it has been restricted under. And this is again noted in the staff report. The current AG-R zoning allows many of the uses that are housed within that school building that the owner has already been operating. They do require development plans still. but there are, I believe, 13 uses that are between kind of public, civic, and very light commercial like office uses allowed within the AG-R district without needing to rezone all the way up to B4. And then you saw all of these images the last time. The septic area is being relocated as the plans indicate. And some of these wood storage areas, organic matter, those will be confined as shown on the plan. Some of this gravel area will be paved according to the plan. All containers on site will need to obtain permits. And there is a misprint in the staff report, my apologies, on the 7th page that says approval. Staff is still recommending denial of all of these applications, and I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Could you talk through again the various limits on uses should this pass? So you mentioned that outdoor storage has to occur on paved areas. To me, it looked like the paved areas, which are the darker two areas, aren't necessarily going to be close to where other storage is. So I imagine, and I can ask the applicant, storage probably wouldn't happen since that's the ingress and egress. But as I look at the 17 different uses, one of the thoughts is, should one user have greater needs over time and other users have less needs over time, could this become something that is predominantly one of these uses, and is that allowed based upon the way it's written currently?
So to answer, excuse me, your first question, it's hard to see because there are a lot of colors and different hashes on this, but there is some slash markings to the south of this existing storage building and just to the north, and those are indicated to be paved. They are not currently paved, but the plan shows that that area is indicated for paved surface to allow outdoor storage, accessory to perhaps one or multiple tenants within this building. And then to answer your second question, these would be all the possible permitted uses, but it's entirely possible, and if this plan were to be approved and one main tenant were to take over and utilize most of the area for, let's say, example, motor vehicle repair, that would be within what this plan allows.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Morning. Sam Malinowski, SM Engineering. Yeah, and I guess we didn't realize that there was a typo at the back. That's kind of what we went right to, was the that kind of caught us a little bit off guard. But again, I'm not sure, and I can I think the plan we've come up with, assuming that we can get, obviously get the BZA travel, we've got this dialed in pretty close to what out there. And to answer, yeah, if in the future person takes over, and it's just all, I mean, yeah, I guess
Yeah, I don't know which one would be of the greatest concern, but yeah, we came to the meeting thinking.
Mind introducing yourself?
This is Lamar Eby, the owner. Yeah, we came to the meeting thinking that it was recommended for approval based upon the document we got. So we've been operating under that assumption. We've worked hard over the continuance in the last couple of months to try to come to and understand with staff to get something that we believe would work. I think we're agreement to the conditions put on probably outside of 28, condition 28, which we can go into at the appropriate time. But other than that, I think we worked hard to try to come to staff and meet their concerns. We understand it's a little bit of a unique situation, being it was a public.
Or for staff, where was there a typo about it being?
Page
No.
1 notes denial, but page 7 said approval.
So you guys didn't see page one?
Yeah, we did. We thought it was meant that it was a continuance, so it was denial last time. And so we thought that that was just referencing that it was a continuation. It was denied the first time.
So the total property seems to be a relatively large site, and then most of the activity is concentrated in this one area. Is there as I think as I read this, you're seeking rezoning for the entire property, is that correct? Or is it just the area where the activity is taking place?
No, it is both sites. There is some activity on the second lot. They are next to each other, owned by the same entity. And we have a right of way through the front one. That's the only access to the back property. It makes
So
sense to do both.
as I look at the plan currently, parcel B, essentially, is that what you're talking about? You have to go through parcel A to get to parcel B. And then it looks like, so sorry, I'm having a hard time fully understanding the site plan. For the indoor covered storage on parcel B, is that existing or proposed?
Proposed.
Gotcha. One of the things that I'm just thinking about, as mentioned last time, clearly it seems like you all are serving a need, serving a lot of different businesses in this area. I don't think it's a great fit, and so I like the idea of having some sort of buffer. And I don't like the idea of allowing these uses for the entire area when parcel B all of a sudden could over time be used for, auto repair on that entire site. So I do think that for me to get comfortable with it, we'd have to limit it somehow. Have you all had productive conversations with neighbors to the north and south?
Great. There are some unaccessible lots to the north. So I think I own all except one of those that we own as a buffer. And then there's one neighbor to the south, which we have a great relationship with. Before this, he was looking at a abandoned public school that was being terrorized by people stealing stuff, housing there. So he's glad for the development.
Is the neighbor to the south at 12200 Northwest? Okay. And then the properties to the north, it looks like there's one that's developed, and then the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as you said, are connected to a paper street, so not reachable.
Correct.
The neighbor to the north at 12300 Northwest Skyview Ave, are they supportive?
Yes, I've called and talked with them before and invited them, made sure they were invited to the meeting, but I've had personal conversations as well. Asked them if they had any concerns. And invited on 123rd Street. It's interesting when the city set out their notices for this meeting, they only send it to the south side of the street. I made an intentional decision when we sent out neighborhood. I sent it to all of the property owners on the north side, just as an additional, hey, you're welcome to come, even though they're not within the 300 feet. So we've had a lot of those people use the event venue, the old gym, and so would note the two properties to the west. If you would look at those, both of those are used for commercial businesses currently. Containers and gravel and all of those things as well. So I think it is consistent being a quarter of a mile off of Cookingham on what may happen in that. Again, it's an existing building. Both of those lots were owned by Platte County School District.
Yeah, they both show up as AG still, but understood that you feel that the commercial.
Any other questions from commissioners? It seems like we're trying to fit a lot of different uses all into one spot that doesn't fit one specific zoning. I think that's a challenge. Trying to be a storage shed, a parking lot for RVs and boats, and then a business run out of there for landscaping or whatever. Parking for other people, a log type of thing. It's hard to fit all that into one spot, but I do agree with Commissioner Enders. There ought to be some kind of buffer so that that big lot, the 15-acre lot doesn't turn into maintained as a B2. Your proposed building, can you fit that on your parcel A?
I haven't checked all of the zoning. We were zoned AG, so that actually was approved and went through the city and was approved prior to this, this coming up for rezoning, so it had been approved. There's enough square footage. I don't know I haven't checked what the guidelines are in regards to that.
I kind of feel as though there might be a good probability that there are uses that would be okay if that parcel wasn't rezoned and that the building could still be used in the way you intend it to be used. You'd be slightly limited because of the additional uses you're trying to add, but you might still get just as much utility out of it.
I would mention, Chairman, you mentioned about the RVs. So we have canceled all the leases on the RVs and boats. So those are already gone, except maybe one that's running out here. So we've already taken proactive, assuming that that's going to be the scenario. So I think the challenge I see from the tenants that have come, and it's just developed over time because we have several of our businesses there that we own. So there's a huge need in the Northland. We look at the zoning and look at the KC area plan. There's really nowhere else for someone that has a tree company or lawn care company. There's not easy zoning facilities for them to move into. We have a pool company there that has huge pools, 20-foot wide by 40-foot long. Well, to set on asphalt, and they have 6 of them there, it takes up a lot of asphalt. There's nowhere else they really can go that there's zoning that is compatible for that. So, you know, the two parcels together makes the most sense. All the ones that border that parcel border Cookingham. I think everyone that borders it I own on the north side and the south and west sides, both of those properties border Cookingham, so have the potential to be rezoned over time to whatever happens along Cookingham, which I know there's.
Yeah, I think the other reason I like the idea of sticking to parcel A at this time is just because most of the activity is concentrated on this smaller part of the site. And if one of these uses, for some reason, again, became the predominant use, I don't think anyone's intent here, or at least my intent certainly, if this were approved today, is not to allow for this entire area to be used for trailer parking or to be used for automotive repair. And that would, I think, feel like we did a disservice in passing it. And so the difficulty is, you know, how do you limit rare, I think, and, you know, for so many uses to be written on the plan like this in this situation where you're making such a drastic zoning change. And so, yeah, my preference would certainly be to limit it to parcel A, try to still find commercial utility out of that building that you have on parcel B, which again, I think is very doable. And then if and when the need comes for you to come back, I think there would be a really good track record, great pictures of the improvements that have been made, and it'd be easier at that point to consider something on parcel B.
I respect that. I'm looking through these 17 opportunities. I've said we've gotten rid of the storage, so renting trailer storage for RVs and boats. So I want to make sure we're not just, it's not going to be a yard full of storage, because there is a limit based upon how much accessory storage there can be based upon the building size. So I'm trying to think which one, as far as auto repair, needs to be inside. So it'd need to be more buildings. I would be coming back to the city for that already. So there's already kind of built in, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out coming back at a later time seems with no use for that. I already have a tenant on that property.
Yeah, that your rationale makes a lot of sense. Sometimes what we might see for auto repair is a lot that's just littered in cars that are all awaiting repair, or maybe, you know, and so fully understand that the way it's being used today is not excessive cars, but the way this is written currently, the lot could fill up with cars. That's what we'd like to avoid as one example.
I just want to clarify one thing. There's no existing structure on B, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So all we're talking about is the existing lot.
Yeah, he wants to put a structure on B.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the site plan there.
Is it?
Yeah.
You're already talking about the hay barn.
Yeah.
Indoor covered storage.
Understood.
So if there is one of the 17 that is of concern, or that we want to limit to an amount, I'm open to put some restrictions on one of those that is a concern. If
I think your concern, I appreciate your concern about the auto. Wouldn't it be then? The car repair shops got a bunch of. Wouldn't it get to that? Like, are they, is that because?
I mean, I kind of agree that it's a large, that parcel B is a large lot to offer all of that use to. And at least from what I can tell, there's plenty of space on parcel A. You know, you were talking about swimming pools. I'm looking there, I'm seeing currently in Google hay bales, and I'm seeing stacks of 15, 20. I mean, how many feet are each roll? I think, like Commissioner Ender said, be good to show the improvements and proof of concept kind of before I would feel comfortable letting those uses on parcel B.
Does anyone from staff, is anyone able to clarify the assumptions we're making about? So right now we have listed motor vehicle repair, general, vehicle parking, towing as separate, temporary truck and trailer parking, and then accessory and non-accessory parking. So I'm not sure which specifically would allow different types of uses, but in my mind, it would be very easy for an applicant to say it's allowed. All of these cars are authorized under one of these.
Yes. They're all slightly different, but like, for example, the accessory parking that would serve a use on the site. Non-accessory parking is parking that could serve a use somewhere else, probably less likely here. The vehicle storage and towing, I believe the code says there's the vehicles can only sit for 15 days before they need to be moved, before it turns into outdoor storage and warehousing. And then the motor vehicle repair, there is a condition that we put on here that says all of those activities need to be inside of a building, but you all do make a point of things that we see very often of vehicles waiting to be repaired. And so those might be stored elsewhere on the site. And then the truck and trailer parking, that's not a use in our code. But my understanding is, again, any outdoor storage, if it's indoor, then it's part of the indoor storage, that's permitted. If it's outdoor, it must be on one of those accessory paved pads. And then it would be an accessory use. So there still will be an amount of outdoor storage on this site.
Hypothetically, if they wanted to turn this into a car dealership and then pave the lot, they could, and pave.
I don't think vehicle
Sales
sales,
used as a separate use and requires a special use permit.
Okay.
that use is not listed on here,
Okay.
that specific
All right.
one.
Yeah, I mean, in general, again, I think you all are serving a need that is clearly defined by the amount of businesses that you're working with. And I think at this time, my preference is to limit the use to parcel, or the rezoning to parcel A as stated. And I think you could work with staff to realize there are plenty of commercial uses and storage uses that can be used with the current zoning on parcel B. I wish we could limit this further, because the reason that I'm feeling the way I'm feeling is when we see issues, often it's related to auto repair. And so it happens on a regular basis. And so that's why it's just not one that I'm super comfortable saying that this whole 23-acre site should be allowed that use.
could I ask one question? If we took 13 out, would that make a difference?
Yeah, absolutely, for me.
13.
And then as long as, temporary truck and trailer parking means temporary, I don't, the other thing that I feel, so the direction that I'm coming from with this is what neighbors anticipate. And then also, I'm not overly concerned about precedent setting, but I think the way it's used right now is probably okay with most people, except that it's not to code or not authorized. And what I don't want is an escalation of things in any one direction. And so, of course, if the entire lot gets filled up with temporary truck and trailer parking, that's nothing I would like to see, because I don't think that was the intent of what you're trying to achieve either. And so it's somehow trying to limit those unforeseen things in the future.
Chair Crowell, we haven't done public testimony yet. We should probably do that.
No, we're still going through with the applicant yet. So as soon as you guys are done, we'll go to public testimony. Ready? Anything else before we move on? All right, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 1.1, 1.2, or 1.3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay.
Oh, there is a hand raised. Aaron Sandgren, going to promote to panelist. Aaron, you can turn on your camera and microphone to give your testimony.
Sorry, it took a minute to find all my buttons on there. Trying to move in the light here too. Just want to say I don't know if any of the other neighbors could make it onto Zoom today because most people were probably working. My house is directly behind one of the buffer lots he was talking about. So my backyard basically is up to his buffer lots next to the hub. I would like to say that I feel like Lamar has been very transparent about what he's wanting to do with all the neighbors. He's been very, like, what he says he wants to do is what he has done. He's not, because I know the neighbors were concerned initially about like a huge expansion, which he's not trying to do. It's kind of hard to explain his property without actually going on it because it's not as big as it sounds. And I will say, as for the auto mechanic, I actually went over to that guy yesterday because I had heard some good things. Like, one of my kids works at O'Reilly and has worked with the mechanic guy, and it's like, oh, he's very honest, da da da. And it's just one guy by himself. So he couldn't even get my car into work on until next week. So it wasn't a situation of like tons of cars just like littering the parking lot or whatever. So I think the neighbors are supportive of what Lamar is saying he wants to do. Just nobody is wanting massive expansion, which he has said he's not doing. So I just wanted to say that. So we do feel like he's been transparent and stuck to what he said he was going to do.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
That is the only hand raised online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Any other questions for the applicant or thoughts on this?
So if we did the rezoning, could we do a special use permit for the items that we have concerns with? And set like a time frame, or if ownership transfers, then it takes that out?
That's
Staff answer.
not, so in approving this development plan, if there are any uses on here that require a special use permit in the B4 zoning district, which just off the top of my head, I don't think any of these are. I think they're all permitted. The development plan serves in place of that special use permit because they're already going through one entitlement process.
All right, and then the other question I have, if we don't do this plan and we do a special use permit, could that be allowed?
They could only, so it depends on the zoning, because each zoning district,
Right.
the use is either not permitted, or permitted with a special use permit. So we would need to identify if any use requires a special use permit, we can't necessarily just say, oh, we don't like this use, so we want a special use
Right.
permit instead.
Anything else? All right, this time let's close testimony and speak amongst the commission. And then if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Can I have sorry, can I just have one?
Yes.
One comment. I'm willing to take the vehicle repair and limit that on parcel B. That would be one option. Or if it's not an option on parcel A, if that would make a difference, I would be willing to transition that tenant out if that makes a difference. And then the only other question I would make is concerned with 28. 28 is asking for 50 feet right away from the center line, which impacts our on-site septic. It also is 8 feet in our front parking, so it would eliminate half of my parking if that right away was taken. So that one is of concern for me. They moved the water line to our side of the street. Across the street is farmland the entire way up along Skyview. So if I would be the only one giving up 50 feet, impacting the septic system, which is very significant dollars when there's farmland on their other side, and giving up half of my parking lot. And there's 2 other houses in the quarter mile from there to Cookingham that are already extending into the 50-foot right of way. So I would ask for consideration against, or to not have 28 included.
I'm not in favor of taking away the right-of-way dedication for that. I mean, that's part of the major street plan and expected. I would think that when they do the expansion of the street, at that time, you'd probably have sewer up there.
Right.
Relocating that out of there, I think that's coordinate with the public works staff.
To delay until we get sewer or the city.
That's my opinion. But I'm just one of 7 here and I'm not a staff person. They may have something different to say.
Comment was provided by Terry Thomas. If he's on.
He's not online.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not in favor of taking that one out. My opinion on this project, it's providing a need for a lot of miscellaneous stuff and just trying to be accommodating to folks that really don't have a place to go, that they could go somewhere and do their thing that's affordable. They're probably getting relocated from different places that are redeveloping and moving into, higher taxes, higher rent, so on. So this provides that kind of thing, but I am in favor of just limiting it to the parcel A to start with and then see how it goes. I think there's been some things on this that it's taken a long time getting this answers to the staff, being forthright with everything so that we can all move on together. So I think there's got to be a period here that we kind of limit a piece of this and then see how it goes and then do the rest later as you want to expand. That's my opinion on this one.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, we can't limit the 2 different parcels. We're limiting one use on just the second parcel because it'd have to be a different zoning. The same issue with why we can't use a special use permit to limit it. So based upon that, realize it's not what you're looking for, but and I realize it's not an easy or cost-free thing to go through this process again. But I think that makes sense, and this to me feels accommodating of what you all are trying to do. So that's the direction I'll be going in the motion I'll be making.
Yeah, if we only do the rezoning for the parcel A, is there anything else you need to add to the conditions to get that to accommodate that? They've got descriptions of both, it looks like. Maybe not.
Yes, maybe just for a point of clarification that passing this development plan through with it, that those permitted uses would only apply to parcel A with the B4 zoning on it.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, then Chair Crowley, I move to recommend approval of docket item 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 adding a condition to 1.3 that the permitted uses are only applying to parcel A.
Second.
May I ask a clarification on 1.2? Are you rezoning the entire site or just
No.
one?
Just parcel A on 1.2.
Okay, I was unclear what,
Actually, you gotta add the condition to 1.2.
Because 1.2 is the rezoning, so that clarification would be the rezoning will only apply to parcel A. And then in 1.3, that's for the uses
yep,
that I think
okay,
you got.
makes sense. I just wasn't sure if you were
I'd like to amend
saying the
your,
other way. Yeah, so Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item 1.1, 1.2, adding a condition that this is only pertaining to parcel A, not parcel B, and then recommend approval of 1.3, adding a condition again, stating that the permitted uses only apply to parcel A.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of 1.1, 1.2 with the addition of the condition and 1.3, just to clarify that would apply to what's identified as parcel A in the site plan. So Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Passick,
Aye.
Morel,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Ready for docket item 2.
Going to talk slowly because Genevieve is going to join the Zoom meeting here so we can share the presentation. Docket item number 2 is case CD CPC 2026-67. A request to approve a development plan to allow multiple buildings on one lot in District B2-2 on about 2.64 acres, generally located at 9840 North Cedar Avenue. Genevieve Conn-Smith is the staff planner for this case.
All right, docket item number 2 is for a development plan at 9840 North Cedar Avenue. Site is generally located in the northern portion of the city, just on the border with Liberty. And here is the subject site highlighted in yellow. It's, I think, the last undeveloped site within the Highland Plaza West and Highland Plaza commercial area. This lot to the north was brought to you all in 2024 for the Kitty Academy daycare, which I believe is constructed now. So the proposed plan shows 3 medical office buildings totaling about 18,000 square feet. There will be one access from Cedar and a second access that will hook into an existing parking lot for the Goodwill to the south. And just for orientation, north is on the left side of this plan. Yet, as stated, just under 18,000 square feet. And even though the proposed use is medical office, there are some additional other administrative, general office, and retail uses that would be permitted in case of a change of market. And then 109 parking spaces provided, which falls between our new minimum and maximums for the parking standards. And here we have the landscape plan. There will be street trees provided, even though the buildings will front onto Cedar Avenue, and then interior landscaping in the parking lot area. For the buildings, we have 4-sided architecture with a mix of brick and ephes, generally corresponding to the buildings in the surrounding area. And a few street views. These are a little old. Cedar doesn't have very many updated images, but like I said, the daycare to the north, I believe, is mostly constructed at this time. So this is the last remaining undeveloped site. And with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, seeing none, let's welcome the applicant. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz White. We just changed our name, law firm.
Again,
I know.
are you in it yet?
We're now Rouse Fretz White. I've got the address down right.
Got it.
Sarah, I believe Matt Iway, Ron Cowger, Kathy Warman should be online.
Ron Cowger has raised his hand. If the other two can raise their hands, that would help.
Anyway, it's a fairly simple proposal in front of you. It's to construct, as Genevieve stated, 3 small buildings which will complete the development of Highland Park West. Immediately to our south is Goodwill, and then the one on the corner is Walgreens, I believe. So, and the daycare is constructed now, Genevieve, so I believe it's operating. We don't have any issues with any of the recommendations in the staff report and would recommend request that you recommend approval. The one issue attached to your staff report is a memo from Georgine Edwards. She says she's the HOA president. I believe if you look at the end, she's complaining, I think, from what I get, about the trees bordering the detention basin because the detention basin is fully maintained. And I think we have held off of going in and mowing down those trees because a number of her adjacent neighbors have gardens back there and we don't want to ruin their gardens. So, and additionally, that is a tract. It is not associated with this development plan. That's a separate tract that's already been approved. So we would recommend and request that you recommend approval of this.
I was reading through that, and I'm assuming it's the preserved tree area to the west, right? Is
I believe so, yes.
is there a reason we're not just treating that how you guys are treating the east side and taking out what it sounds like it's brush, or are they true trees? Do we know? I mean, this is just a question. Couldn't we just put in nicer trees along that line?
They're really overgrowth that has occurred there. It serves as a good buffer to the adjacent residences to the west. I don't think you want to open that whole area up, and then they'll see the medical office development as it is being constructed. Matt or Ron, do you have anything to add about that?
Good morning, Ron Cowger, AGC Engineers, 405 South Leonard, Liberty, Missouri. I think Patricia's absolutely right. In fact, the picture that Genevieve had up on the screen showed a fairly mature tree there. If we clear that and start over, we're going to be starting back over with 2-inch caliper plant material. Not to mention, we don't want to lose track of the fact that this is an HOA tract. This particular area that we were just looking at of the detention area is not part of this lot.
Gotcha.
What does it serve, Mr. Cowger? Does it serve like this, where this is being developed and the daycare to the south, or is this the neighborhood that's to the west that feeds into this detention pond?
As I understand the detention study, it is largely, it covers the commercial area, not the residential. Okay. So it's not only the daycare, this proposed lot, but also there's a Goodwill to the south of the subject property, and then a CVS even further south.
Okay.
And I think when Ron spoke as it being an HOA lot, he means it's a business association lot.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant from commissioners? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. Yeah, come on up to the podium there if you don't mind. So if anybody would like to speak, come on up, or else raise your hand on the Zoom feature and we'll call you when we're ready. If you don't mind saying your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Georgianne Edwards. My address is 9824 North Home. So I am concerned about the landscape plan and the slope of the lot that adjoins the townhouses that face east. So their back property line adjoins this area that we're talking about in the landscape plan, that they want to preserve existing vegetation. This vegetation is brush, scrub trees, weeds, and tall grass. It's unsightly, both for the townhouses who adjoin it. Their lots are small, so their patios are not far from this overgrowth. It's also unsightly for the east-facing townhomes who view this from their porches. And we also have many adjoining neighborhoods who have people that walk through this neighborhood. And this is not something that you would want in your backyard. There's no containment of this existing vegetation, so it encroaches onto these lots. It's a problem for our landscaping, our lawn service, because of overhang and the ground encroachment. And the neighbors have reported ticks. Just recently, I was made aware of a neighbor who was bitten by a tick when she retrieved her porch cushions that were blown by the storm earlier in June. They blew to the back of her lot, and she received a tick bite from that and missed a whole week of work. So I would like to at least address also the recent history. I brought this up 2 years ago. I've been reporting it to the city via 311 for 2 years. I've been president of this HOA for 2 years. And I went to the office of the management company and visited with them, and they agreed to remove the scrub trees and the brush and then mow periodically. So they sent a large piece of equipment to that area, and it essentially chewed off the trees and the brush. And so the roots and the stumps were never removed, so it couldn't be mowed, and it never was mowed. So my problem is, if you approve the landscaping as it is to preserve the existing vegetation, we will never have any recourse to have anything done with that area as far as improving it and keeping it cleared of brush, because it will have been approved. So I'm requesting, excuse me, that the developer do something. It's not a very big area. It's only maybe 30 feet of a downward slope from the flat area where the buildings will be constructed in the parking lot. And it's the length from the Kitty Academy to Goodwill. So it's not a great amount of space, but it needs to be maintained much better than it is. I do have some pictures if anybody's interested in pictures.
Commission want to see pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shows part of that area was mowed. That is an area that doesn't have large stumps or brush, but it has grass that's about 3 feet tall. So you'll see, and I requested our lawn service just to kind of make a circle in there and keep that grass under control. But you'll see at the back end of it how tall that grass is. And I will comment that there are some desirable trees in this area. There's some large firs and there's a willow, but primarily everything is scrub growth from hedge trees and brush. There are some large trees that sit right on the property line. I could mention that as well. And the homeowners do want those large trees left. And since it's sitting right on the property line, I would think that they would have some say in what is taken and what is not.
I do have a question for staff. Just because we are approving or recommending, or if we recommend approval of this, that still doesn't prevent someone, an adjacent property, to make a 311 call for encroaching vegetation and things like that. I mean, just because you're approving preserving vegetation doesn't mean that it's allowed to be invasive or encroach or, right?
That is a good question. If it's encroaching onto another property or if it is not in conformance with the nuisance code,
Right.
then I
Yeah,
don't
there's a
see
bunch,
why they would
there are a
not
bunch of
be
controls
permitted.
there. I mean, I believe.
I think there's like some interesting journal on this because the way different cities treat whether a tree limb is on your property and if it's your responsibility or where the tree originates from. And typically, and I think in Kansas City, it's like if it's in your property, it's yours to clean up. And what is not on your property is not your business.
Well, not 100%, right? So technically, if someone were to make a 311 call and you had some weeds growing out that were overgrown into an alley or into another space that originated in yours, that's your responsibility. You can get a fine from the city for those, is my understanding. And maybe that's a question for,
Chapter 88 does not override Chapter 48, which is about nuisances.
Right. The thing we're wrestling with here is this is some existing vegetation, and the requirement of this project is to provide landscaping. I mean, that's what we're trying to do and maintain some kind of buffer between residential and commercial and that. The problem we have is not being maintained. And the maintaining that they did is not making it easier to continue the maintenance if they left the stumps and of the trees and so on they're in there. But I think that, and I really appreciate what you're saying, and it is a nuisance. But in some ways, I don't see how this has a bearing on this project because we're asking for the landscaping to be placed to continue to buffer the detention pond, so you don't have to look out your window and see a detention pond.
Comment, I'd much rather see the edge of the retention pond than all the brush that's there.
Yeah, frankly, you're one of the first people that since I've been here that have said that. And I don't mean that in a bad way, by any means, but, most people want that buffer on that. And that's what the city staff tries to do is accommodate that by requiring a landscaping program.
Can I make another comment? You'll see in that picture, there is no buffer between the retention pond and the homes. That's just growing up in grass.
Yeah, but there's trees and such in there. It'd be
Not-
nice if they would, as part of this project, I'm sure they can talk to the contractor building this, if they would go back there and clean the stumps out so it can be maintained and the brush be mowed. I think that's fair to ask the contractor and developer to do. Otherwise, I would do a 311 call to have it cleaned out by the city and billed to the owner.
Can I make one other comment? There was mention made that homeowners have gardens back there. That's not true. There are some people who've placed bird feeders or that kind of thing. But if you came through and cleaned it all out, it's not going to cause any issue to a homeowner.
Yeah.
That's not their
It-
property.
Yeah,
That's not
correct.
the
And
homeowner's
that's,
property.
yeah, and that's fighting that too, that's on their property as well, not yours.
Exactly.
And so
Yeah.
how they do that. So I appreciate your comments today. Thank you. Yes,
You have one person online.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Keith Gokeen, apologies if I mispronounced that. You can turn on your camera and microphone. Keith, if you would like to give your testimony, please turn on your camera and microphone.
Okay, there we are.
Keith, you're on mute. There you go.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. Can you say your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Keith Goking, 10101 Northeast 98th,
All right.
and we are directly across the street from the development. My concern, our concern is that as it's developed, we have to remember that it's between two residential areas. And I think that you need to at least put in some limit to the hours of operation so that it's operates normal business hours and it's not some kind of business or medical office that has all night hours and all sorts of people running in and out all the time. And I don't know how you do this, but lighting to mute it some. The daycare to the north, some of the people up there have said that those lights are on all the time and it's distracting to sleep. And I'd just soon not have that across the street from us. So the major concern is the hours of the operation. It should be under, as I view it, under normal business hours, 8 to 6 or whatever, not evening and night hours. And I didn't realize they had some potential for other commercial or retail businesses in the plan. It just says medical offices. And I think that ought to be the restriction.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
No other hands raised online.
Okay, this time we'll close public testimony then. So there's obviously a few things to discuss here from the testimony. If you don't mind helping address them, please.
It is purely medical office and administrative offices. The staff asked us to broaden the definition of our medical offices. So they will not operate past 6 o'clock at night unless there's some type of an emergency. As far as the separate tract A, which is the one that has the detention basin for that whole area, again, we've mowed it. I'll continue looking at what we can do in terms of further cleaning out as long as the rest of her neighbors don't object to this.
Okay.
But that's not part of this plan, so, but I will continue looking at that.
Can you address lighting? Because that was a comment.
I think lighting is just the city's normal lighting. Ron, can you tell me what we've got in terms of the lighting, perimeter lighting? We can't bleed onto other people's property.
Yes, and we're 0-foot candles at property lines.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts from the commission?
No future plans for like an urgent care in that location?
No, this is just plain old medical office.
All right.
Chair
With that,
Crowe, I move to approve docket item number 2 with conditions.
Second. I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2. Margaret, can you take roll call, please?
Merkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye, and I want to make sure, just to understand that, the conversation we had, that they're, part of their things that they will do moving forward is try to work with that on that cleaning of the property if there are some.
Yeah, I
backups,
mean,
but-
we'll certainly take
Yeah.
a look at it, but we want to talk to all the other neighbors too that it would implicate.
I get it. Okay, thank you.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Passick,
Aye.
Morrell,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to docket item number 3.
You'd give us just 1 minute. We're gonna swap in the laptop.
Everybody okay? Do we need a break for 5 minutes or it's just took off?
We got a lot in front of us. Let's knock out a couple more before we take a break.
I know, we got 2 o'clock. That's right.
Okay, docket item number 3 is case CD CPC 2026-85, a request to approve amendments to Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code, through revisions, clarifications, and other administrative changes throughout the chapter in accordance with the Zoning and Development Code periodic review. Abby Brinkley is our guest star for this item from the Project Administration Division.
Yes, good morning. Abby Brinkley, City Planning and Development. So before you today, we have a text amendment surrounding essentially just the word townhouse. These are the sections that would be amended if this were approved, and I'll go into the specific changes in the next slide. So why we are here today is city planning has been looking at improving different processes in our department. One of them that we focused on recently was townhouses. And it was found that the definition of townhouse in Chapter 88, so the Zoning and Development Code, did not match the definition of townhouse in Chapter 18, the Building and Rehabilitation Code. So we're making a very minor update to align those. So currently in Chapter 88, the definition of townhouse includes that it can be in a group of 2 or more attached units, while townhouse in Chapter 88 only was for 3 or more dwelling units. So essentially, all we're doing throughout all these sections are swapping out word for word. Attached house will now be a townhouse. So you can see we're just switching out that throughout here. And then semi-attached house will now be called a 2-unit townhouse, and a townhouse will now be called a multi-unit townhouse. So just throughout the entire Chapter 88, we are switching those 3 words. There was one other instance of us using the word townhome, and we're switching that out to use townhouse. So just trying to be consistent and match the 2 chapters that City Planning and Development administers.
That's a mouthful.
One clarification here. So a true attached home now, we're removing that language, or attached house, sorry,
Yes.
is removed to 2-unit townhouse, right? And then
There is a typo on this one. I'm so sorry. This attached house is just townhouse.
attached house is just townhouse.
Yes,
And then there's a 2-unit townhouse as well,
yes.
which is
sim-
2. And then anything past that would be a multi.
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I
that-
saw that and I was
yeah.
like,
Nope, that is absolutely a typo. Sorry.
Use that with duplex.
no,
Duplex.
would that not be duplex?
Duplex is different.
Lovely.
It has to do with
See?
the platting, so.
Oh, okay. Right, because that would
two-unit
be one,
townhouse
that would be
is-
one plat on a duplex, while these would be separate plats, right?
Townhouse can only be side by side, while a duplex could be a 2-unit
Okay,
over under.
I understood.
Yep.
Perfect.
So with that, we would
Clear as mud.
recommend approval. Any questions?
Yeah, again, it's just what you call it. There's no other change whatsoever. I mean,
It's just swapping those
Okay.
words.
Yeah, I looked through it all.
all right. Any questions from the commission? All right, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Mr. Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 3 without conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3. Margaret can take roll call on that motion, please.
Arkin,
Just want to say thank you guys for going through this. I know it's a meticulous task. It sounds for some people silly, but this is important so we don't have gaps and things like that. With that, yeah, I'll say aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Morale.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Like the motion passes. Thank you. Good comments. All right, let's move on. Docket item 4.
Docket item number 4 is case CD CPC 2026-68. A request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved UR plan to amend the uses allowed within the plan area on about 10.08 acres generally located at the intersection of State Line Road and American Way Drive, specifically located at the Hy-Vee Arena. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner for this case.
Good morning. Larissa Chomby, City Planning and Development, and I'll share my screen. Right, this is case number CD CPC 2026-68, and it's a major amendment to for the property at 1800 Genesee Street. This is the subject property location. It's located in the historic West Bottoms. And then just an overview of the site, you can see the zoning is currently UR and surrounded by UR on the north and M3-5, the east and the south, and then the state of Kansas to the west. And then just an overview of the site. We are only focusing on the property highlighted in yellow, which is just the Hy-Vee Arena, previously known as the Kemper Arena. The previously approved plan is on the screen in front of you. It was approved with a condition that a statement be added to the UR final plan that allows uses in the DX zoning district. That plan or that condition was never completed, so it did go through that UR final plan, and no note, as you can see here, was added allowing those uses in the DX district. So we are here today to add that note. It's a major amendment. We're adding uses to this property and to this plan. And so I will zoom in just a little bit. Here is the note. All uses allowed in a DX are now allowed in this UR. And the applicant did also provide, let me over, a list of prohibited uses. And then there is an existing data center that's about 5,188 square feet in the building already, and so that is exempt, but we do have a condition that requires all new data centers and any future expansions go through a special use permit for data centers. So just taking a look at the Hy-Vee Arena. And then here you can see the arena on the east and then Kansas, state of Kansas to the west. And so with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? Okay, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Steve Fouch, Fouch Brothers, sorry, 7505 Northwest Tiffany Springs, owner of Hy-Vee Arena. I just have to apologize. This was recommended to us 8 years ago and we did the UR, and I don't know how our staff missed it, but we just never finished the zoning properly, and we've been operating under just fitness for 8 years. So we're trying to get that fixed now.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? I appreciate you taking on Kemper Arena or former Kemper Arena and making something out of that that's viable and vibrant for people to be there. I know it's a major undertaking.
Thank you.
All right, with that, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Close public testimony then. Anything else to add, Mr. Fouch? Okay, with that, I'll close testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 4 with conditions.
Second.
A motion and a second for approval of docket item number 4. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Merkin.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. Looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, we're moving to docket item 5, which I'm going to recuse from this one.
Docket item number 5 is case CD ROW 2026-13. A request to approve a vacation of public right-of-way in District B1-1 and B4-1 on about 13,000 square feet generally located along Charlotte Street, north of East 134th Street. Matt Barnes is the staff planner.
Okay. Good morning, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development with the vacation of a right-of-way for Charlotte Street. That is located near Martin City within the 6th District at 13313 Charlotte Street. It's in the Martin City / Richards Bar area plan. Here is that site located, highlighted in yellow there. You can see it dead ends to the north. The surrounding properties here are all owned by Fish Tech. And on the west or east side of the street here, it is not developed currently. As you can see here, looking north from East 134th, there used to be several homes there. Those have been bought by Fish Tech and demolished, and the parcel has been consolidated. So the applicant is requesting the vacation of the public right-of-way north of East 134th Street. As I stated, Fish Tech owns all adjacent properties. Charlotte Street at this location is not expected to extend north due to its location to the railroad tracks, as well as the existing lot and usage to the north. There are 3 private utility conditions. So AT&T, Evergy, and Spectrum all have utilities within that right of way, and they'd like to retain their easements. And then there are 2 public utility conditions. So Public Works is requesting that their streetlights are returned, and KC Water Services is requesting their utility easements. With that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I can take any questions.
Any questions for city staff? Seeing none.
The applicant is online.
Great. Seeing none, we'll welcome the applicant.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm Kylie Jennings, applicant or agent for the applicant, and we're in agreement with staff comments and here to answer any questions if there are any.
Thanks. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will move to public testimony. If you're interested in speaking on docket item number 5, please either come forward in person or raise your hand on Zoom.
There are no hands raised online.
We will close all public testimony, and then assuming the applicant doesn't have anything else to add, close all.
Yes, I have one question. So what will happen to the property on the, like there's a property on the other side, right? How would I access?
I mean, they own it.
Yeah, and they have access
Also on
off
the
of
the other
homes.
side?
Yeah, there's access to homes on that property to the north.
That's it.
All right, then at this time, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item number 5 with conditions stated.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 5 with conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 5 passes. Thanks.
We're
ready.
Okay. Docket item number 6 is case CD CPC 2026-60, a request to approve a development plan in District B3-2 on about 1.7 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of East 137th Street and Holmes Road, allowing for a third principal structure to be built on the site of the existing recovery center. Matt Barnes is the staff planner for this item as well. And if the applicant could raise their hand online, I will promote you to panelist.
Okay. Good morning, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development with docket item number 6, the development plan for Midwest Recovery Center. Site is located in Martin City area currently, the 6th District at 13645 Holmes Road. Here's a closer review yet. You can see 135th Street at the north side of the screen, the old Sutherlands, and then the site highlighted there in yellow. To the east of this site is all Jackson County property. Here's looking east from Holmes Road at the existing site. 2 existing buildings on site are to remain. They are proposing a construction of a third building on the eastern side of the site. It will be a 6,600 square foot building. There's an addition of 50 parking spaces on site. This will be for an expansion of their existing recovery center on site. They are providing pedestrian paths throughout the site as well as to Holmes Road, though there is no pedestrian sidewalks on Holmes Road currently, but they are anticipating eventually. Here's just the elevations of the building that they're proposing, 2 stories. The siding will be hardy plank collapse siding. The applicant previously installed screening along Holmes Road. Condition of approval is that they clean this up and maintain it before the with the construction of the third building on the site. They did host their public engagement on July 7th and had no attendees. There's also no neighborhood association for the site. With that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? Seeing none, let's welcome the applicant then. Applicant available?
This is Kyle Kippis with Call Valley Engineering, representing the applicant. The development team is in favor of staff's recommendations.
In the conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right. With that, let's go to any public comments. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public comments then. Anything else from the applicant standpoint you'd like to say?
No.
All right, with that, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Carl, I move to approve docket item number 6 with conditions.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Harkin.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes then. Thank you very much. All right, so on docket item number 8 now, and I need to recuse from this one as well.
Docket item number 8 is case CD SUP 2026-29. A request to approve a special use permit in District R6 to allow for a temporary laydown yard on about 3 acres, generally located approximately 300 feet from the northeast corner of North Lister Avenue and Northeast Vivian Road. Justin Smith is the staff planner for this item.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
If you're the applicant and you're online, please raise your hand.
There it should be a Marlon Hatcher. I think it's the phone number.
I have Andy Johnson.
Yes, Andy Johnson as well.
Our phone number is the applicant for this. If you would press *9, that would be helpful. So you do have Andy Johnson.
Hello, this is Andy Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Trying to figure all this out. This is different.
Can you oh, there we go.
All right, in front of you is docket number 8. This is a special use permit for a Spire laydown yard. The subject site is located within the 2nd district within the boundaries of the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan. Just kind of southeast of Gladstone. So a closer look at the site. It is across 2 properties highlighted in yellow here, just north of Northeast Vivian Road, in between North Lister Avenue and North Brighton. This special use permit is across a 3-acre site, and as previously stated, a temporary laydown yard for Spire for an ongoing project. They're currently operating under a temporary use permit, and per Section 88-370-03C of the Zoning and Development Code, for temporary uses that exceed the required period of time, we can process those as a special use permit. There will be one point of access off of North Lister. On the right side of my screen is the site plan that was provided. The site will be screened with a 6-foot chain link fence with a windscreen, and all materials and equipment will be 10 feet away from all property lines. 2 conditions to note. The special use permit is for a period not to extend 2 years from the date of approval. And then the second one is upon expiration of the special use permit, the site returns to its natural state. So here's a picture from 2019 from Google Images that shows the site before the previous laydown yard was there. Here's a image from 2024. Kissick Construction was using the site as a laydown yard as well. And then here's an image from North Brighton, showing you why they only have that one connection to North Lister. And with that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Couple quick questions. So are they the owners of the lot or no?
No, they have an owner consent form. They are not the owners of the lot.
So are we approving them using this lot that way, or I saw that image of Kissick, which is a private entity using it as a laydown. Are they leasing it out to them, or how does that work?
They're leasing it from the property owner, and Spire expects the project to last about 2 years. If it goes over that time limit, we should be able to issue another temporary use permit, but they are operating under a lease.
To Spire, not to Kissick or to a third party?
It's to MBW Construction.
Okay.
Is the owner of 5245 Lister and then 5245 North Brighton.
Okay.
There are no other questions for staff. We'll welcome the applicant.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? This is Andy with Spire.
Thanks, Andy. We're ready for the applicant presentation if you have anything you'd like to add.
Well, so I'm our regional customer service coordinator, and we did have a public meeting about a month ago, and 2 of the neighbors across the street were on the meeting, and we just wanted to provide a direct line of communication with anybody if they have any issues, and I am that direct line of communication. They have my phone number if there are any issues related to this project. Anybody over there can give me a call and I can get in touch with Marlon Hatcher if there are any issues. But I don't have anything to present. Is Marlon online?
There's not a Marlin in our attendees.
Okay. He is the supervisor over the main replacement projects that will be going on for the next 2 years. But do you all have any questions for Spire for this project?
Are you guys in acceptance of all the conditions from staff?
Yes, we are.
Initially, when this was applied for, I mean, could be for either staff, was there a time given on how long this laydown would be needed?
So we have multiple phases of main replacement up in the area, primarily over in Liberty. And I know it is going to be going on for 2 years. I'm not sure if it's going to be going on for longer. But I'm sure.
Back when it was initially done, and what was it, 2019? Is that what you said? Was there a time limit given at that point?
No. So the Kissick Construction, it was kind of an interpretation given in our exemptions code. So if it's related to a construction project that they wouldn't need a temporary use permit, we've kind of determined that the construction has to be on site. So now that Spire is taking over, that we're requiring that temporary use permit.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I know the citizens over in that area brought up concerns with Kissick parking on the actual street, and we will not be parking on the street. We would be parking all of our equipment inside the laydown yard.
All right, thank you, Andy. We'll move to public testimony now, and if there may be more questions for you at that time. We'll now open it up for public testimony. If anyone is wishing to speak on this item, docket item number 8, please either come forward or raise your hand on Zoom.
We do have a hand raised online from Michael Holt. I'll promote you to panelist. Michael, you can turn on your camera and microphone to give your testimony.
Okay. My concern is the road. It's already in bad condition from when Kissick's was there. They've collapsed part of our road. I live directly across the street at 5226 North Lister, directly across from the entryway of where they're going to be using this lot. is there going to be any repairs to our street whenever they are done to fix the issues on the road? And what can we do about that?
Well, I would have to get with Marlon and his supervisor to see what the plan is on that. Um, I could give you my phone number if you wanted to chat with me after this meeting. And then I just have to see when the city plans on coming through there to mill and overlay. I'm not sure how old that street is right there.
From what I understood in the comment is it's the requirement of the applicant to return everything back to its original. So that wouldn't be the city, right? That would be the applicant, correct?
That is correct, but that is just for the site itself. Looking at the condition report, I don't see a comment from Public Works saying that any improvements to the street need to be made.
Okay, do we have Public Works on the call?
Now, I'll note that is something we have conditioned in the past where we asked the applicant to repair sidewalks.
I mean, because of what this is in construction in and out of the space, I would argue that the street should probably be.
Yeah, if we did any kind of damage to the street or sidewalk, we would definitely get it repaired.
Do you know if anyone from
We
Public
don't
Works
have
is-
anyone
okay.
from Public Works online.
Okay. Well, thank you for the comment. Are there any other comments or questions from the public?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, we're going to close public testimony at this time. Applicant, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
All right, then we're going to close all testimony at this time, and then question for staff. Is that something that can be conditioned, asking? It is? Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right, is any further discussion, or is there a motion?
Go ahead and make a motion then to approve docket item number 8 with conditions stated.
With conditions and an addition.
Sure, okay. Do you want to go ahead and cover it just real quick?
Yeah.
I think you.
Motion to approve case number CDSUP 2026-0029 with conditions, an additional condition that the applicant is required to restore and repair any damage they've done to public streets due to use. What? And sidewalk. That sound good?
Yeah,
Second.
I don't think there's a sidewalk there, but that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 8 with conditions and adding that additional condition. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Docket item number 8 passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ready for docket item number 9?
Docket item number 9 is case CD SUP 2026-32, a request to approve a special use permit for a temporary surface parking lot in a UR zoning district on about 0.795 acres, generally located at 1308 West 11th Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner for this case.
And 1 second before we begin, Margaret, is there any way that we can get the 10th floor computer back to attendee? Or I guess panelist. Oh, sorry, yes, presenter screen. Okay, we're back. Okay. Good morning, Alec Gustafson, City Planning and Development. This is docket item number 9, CD SUP 2026-32. It's the 1308 West 11th Street, West Bottoms parking special use permit. The site is located at 1308 West 11th in the West Bottoms. It's in a UR district and surrounded by a few spots of M3-5 on West 11th Street and Mulberry Street. The previous case history is a rezoning from DX10, M3, and UR to an overall UR zoning district with an associated development plan to develop several blocks within the West Bottoms area. It was signed into ordinance and then approved June 30th, 2022. This is just a view of the whole area that was rezoned. And then I've zoomed in a little bit on that plan to specifically block D, lot 2, which is where we are looking, and then it's designated as parking. So the UR rezoning and development plan has already designated this to be parking.
Is there an existing building on that side, or has that already been
There,
demolished?
there is an existing building. They're planning to demolish it. So as you can see here in these images, this is from West 11th and Mulberry Street from 2023 December. West 11th and Hickory Street, so just the opposite side, the west side. And in the middle, you can see the building. And then this is the site plan as it's been proposed. It has multiple stalls on West 11th Street and Mulberry. 3 compact stalls, 11 compact stalls right in the middle, and an entrance and an exit into the parking lot from West 11th. This is the grading for the plan. And then this is the lighting that they proposed. The approval criteria, as far as this special use permit goes, is essentially they haven't really provided landscaping for this, but I'll go through some of this review criteria. So criteria B is this project in the interest of the public convenience, and will it not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the community? It is in the interest of the public convenience by providing parking for the entire West Bottoms area. However, since they're not adding landscaping or screening from the parking lot, that is one of our criteria for vehicular used areas, is to be screening them. And then there are also some comments by the police department as to the lack of lighting that is recommended by the police department on sites that creates a potential for crime without lighting like that. So it's in the general public convenience. However, we're just noting that there is no landscaping and that KCPD did not find the lighting adequate. Criteria D, it's kind of the same things. Is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area? It is characteristic with the surrounding area. This is a temporary use for this parking lot. They're planning to do a parking garage in the future, but this is just kind of a temporary surface parking lot until that parking garage is finished. So this is going to be approved for a 3-year period. We don't really expect it to have a negative impact on hours of operation or anything like that. And then, will it have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort? We're saying that it's not going to have a significant impact on pedestrian safety. The plan provides code compliant striping to ensure that cars are parked on site at regular intervals. The striping should also encourage vehicles to remain parked on the site and not on sidewalk or anything like that. And it proposes already some on-site pedestrian circulation. These are just a couple of conditions I wanted to highlight. One being that the special use permit shall have an expiration date of 3 years after the issuance of a disposition letter from the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And then this was the KCPD reviewer who mentioned that the lighting elements, they would like to see increased illumination, specifically on the central part of the parking lot, with an average minimum ratio of 4:1. So just kind of throwing that out there. That's kind of one of the sticking points that our police department had with this, and I'm not sure that one has been addressed. But with all of that, we are recommending approval with conditions. I can answer any questions that you guys have.
Do you know why this specific part of the UR plan was designated as parking?
I'm not sure it was done by another staff member in 2022. But it was, I mean, if I can go back to the plan. I know there's a lot of parking in the West Bottoms right now. I don't know if there's a lot of structured parking in the West Bottoms right now. So, I mean, you could probably speak better to that.
I'm just thinking like in terms of like someone had to put together like a master plan for this essentially. And I'm just wondering why parking there, because it's so central to the West Bottoms and thinking of how the West Bottoms develops over the course of several decades. I'm just wondering, why did we locate parking right in the middle of it?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't answer that for you.
For what reason?
The middle of it.
But I would think you wouldn't want to put, parking in a parking garage, like right smack dab in the middle of a historic district. That's like, one of the defining districts of Kansas City.
Maybe they have plans of doing a parking garage with some sort of roof. We don't know about.
I think there are ways to, that's way down the road, but I'm just like wondering why this specifically was designated as parking. If you don't have the answer, then we don't have the answer.
Any other questions for city staff?
As you mentioned, can you repeat what you mentioned about the police?
Yeah, they had concerns about the lighting in the center of the lot. They didn't believe that it was enough parking in the center of the lot.
Enough lighting.
Yeah.
You said parking.
Oh, did I say parking? Oh, I meant lighting. Yeah, it's showing 0.3, 0.4 throughout the center of the lot. As far as what candles go, their ratio that they're asking for is 4:1. So basically what I learned from them is that it's not adequate for what they want to see. I do have notes from them that I can pull up though.
So to be clear, lighting is meeting code, just not meeting what the KCPD is requesting.
Correct.
So I was just wondering if we need to add that.
I mean, I think approval with telling the applicant to work with KCPD to improve safety.
They've got that already listed as condition 3.
Yeah, so then
Any other questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Lawrence with SK Design Group. I'm the civil engineer for the project, representing the applicant. I believe Grant Ramos might be online.
Yes.
Okay.
See what you're.
Yes, that is the developer, Samara Road for
I'll
the
promote
project.
him to panelist.
So it's pretty clearly, it's just a parking lot. The UR covered.
Pull your microphone closer.
Sure. The UR covered the whole district, with the intent that this place does become a parking garage in a future phase of the development. We're currently in phase 1, both for the public improvements and for the private building renovations. And the garage is part of the phase 2 portion of the project, with the intent that the garage provides parking for the rest of the development through all of its phases. The building directly across Mulberry from this lot is being developed as a mixed-use multifamily building, and the lot is intended to handle parking for that lot until the parking garage comes online. The 3 conditions I wanted to discuss were the landscaping. There was a note about providing landscaping. We can definitely provide some additional like temporary planters and things around the lot itself. The police lighting comment, I'm a little bit of a middleman on that, as I am not a lighting engineer. However, I got our lighting engineer involved in the review comment. We disagree that the amount of lighting that the police are requesting is appropriate, as it would be significantly brighter than every other part of the West Bottoms, including all the streets. So that feels a little bit restrictive on the applicant to do that, but we can continue that conversation during permitting. And then the last one was the stormwater. We had requested to waive stormwater requirements for the project and got told no. So we've had a discussion with water services about the specific amount of stormwater required. That's one of the additional conditions.
Where's all those again, as far as your, on the, your questioning? As far as conditions? So number 3,
The stormwater requirement, which was one of the last conditions, I believe. There's 3 of them. We had a conversation about that, and we're not requesting any changes to the note, just noting that we've had conversations with water services about it.
okay.
So you do not, you are not in agreement with 3, which is the changing the lighting?
Yes. We'll continue to have that conversation through permitting. We disagree with the amount that's being requested.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, sir. Anything else? Yeah, go ahead.
For the phase 2 of the parking garage, are there any preliminary plans you guys have for us to know? Okay.
I do not.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, this is Grant Romas with Samara Road. Sorry, I'm in the middle of traveling here this morning and unable to attend in person. As far as the phase 2 and future parking garage goes, so that property specifically, it's a little unclear on the UR plan. It's actually kind of integral redevelopment with a mixed use, primarily multifamily building that may or may not be, I would say, inclusive of that parking garage. So either that will be integral or immediately adjacent. It doesn't align with the property lines as shown where that temporary parking lot would be for the SUP. And ultimately, the proposal would be future parking would be straddling that property line on a future acquisition of an adjacent parcel, but primarily surrounded with, new urban 0 lot line development.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, with that, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon. Hi, good morning.
Hi, I'm Maeve Kapler. I live down by the Quick Trip in Westport. I was just wondering, is this parking lot, is the intention for it to remain open to the public once that residential acquisition is made? Or is the plan to gate that parking lot off and charge a fee to use that parking lot now?
Yeah, good question. I'll jump in. You're talking about the parking lot for the special use permit?
Yeah.
That parking lot will be, we plan on doing a kind of black decorative fence around it. It will be gated. It's intended for the residential use across the street at 1015 Mulberry, which is 121 apartments that will be finished later this year. So it'll be parking that's effectively, serving in a temporary capacity. And this will not be the first instance of this because there are vacant lots kind of throughout the master plan that we have going on in the West Bottoms. There will be some, for lack of better term, like sequencing from surface to structured as redevelopment occurs.
So its intention is not to even initially be public parking, really? It's supposed to be specifically for this apartment that has yet to be constructed?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
No, that's correct. It is a parking lot that would be built in conjunction with an apartment building that is currently being redeveloped and set to deliver later this year.
Okay. So it's not even really a parking lot for the West Bottoms. It's a parking lot for this.
The parking lot, the parking lot is for the private development, which is on the private land. The garage in the future will have a public parking component, but the capacity will be, 4x this surface parking lot, which is an interim condition.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
There are no other hands raised online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony, and it sounds like the one concern we had with the public has been addressed in there. Anything else you'd like to add at this time?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and I'll take a motion.
Yeah, I'll just add, I'm gonna be voting against this one. And it's not that I'm opposed to, I guess, parking necessarily being in this specific area. It depends on what plan will come through in the future for a parking garage. I may likely be in support of that, but the city is full of surface parking lots that were meant to be developments in the future that never materialized. And I don't know if that's necessarily something that we need to continue adding, especially to a district as historic as the West Bottom. So I'll just be voting against it. And that is my reason.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 9 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Merkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hasek,
Nay.
Morel,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes 6-1. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right, let's move. Yep, thank you. Let's move on to docket item number 10, please.
Docket item number 10 is case CD CPC 2026-58, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan in District B3-2 on about 24 acres generally located at the southwest corner of Northeast Berry Road and North Indiana Avenue, allowing for the addition of a tire center. Development plan will serve in lieu of a special use permit. Matt Barnes is the staff planner for this case.
Okay. Good morning, Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development with docket item number 10. This is a major amendment to a previously approved development plan for Marketplace 152. Site is located in the Northland at 3001 Northeast Berry Road. It's in the First Council District in the Gashland-Nashua area plan. Here's a closer view of the site yet. You can see its location to Highway 152, as well as Berry and Indiana, with all the development happening in this area. Here's just looking west from North Indiana Avenue. These are two of the three businesses that are on that face Indiana that have been constructed. Chipotle is been constructed to the south and it is open, but not visible from street view. And then here's just a view looking south from Northeast Berry Road, Burger King and Quick Trip on the left side of the screen. And then, east side of the screen. And then this site right here, kind of right in the middle, is the proposed location of a Dobbs tire. And that is the reason for the major amendment before you today. So this is the previously approved plan. Items in green have been constructed. The yellow is the car wash that's under construction. And then blue is the Dobbs tire that was previously approved for fast food. Everything in red is still conceptual, has no final plans been submitted. So the applicant is proposing an amendment to Lot 6 from fast food to motor vehicle repair general. That typically requires a special use permit in the B3 zoning district. And this application will serve in lieu of that special use permit, as well as update the development plan to include that use. And they're proposing 8 service bays, tire store, that's about 8,400 square feet. 42 parking spaces will be on site. They did work with staff in the new parking code to locate those on the side and rear of the building. So they were able to exceed that minimum or maximum allowance. They're not proposing any other changes to the overall development plan or allowed uses on those sites. Here's just a couple elevations of the proposed Dobbs tires. You can see it's kind of split face CMU and EFIS facades. They are providing a great landscape plan, plenty of vehicular use screening on those parking areas. It is in accordance with 88425. There's no neighborhood association for this site. They did hold a meeting, but there was no attendees. With that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz White Law Firm with offices located at 801 West 47th Street. And on my right is
Dennis, District Leader for Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
so we are in agreement with the staff report And with the conditions that are listed, we have made the corrections. I think Matt sent them out again, but they're in there. And we would request you recommend approval subject to the conditions.
Okay, thank you. Can you pull the microphone a little closer? I'd like to hear a little bit about what you do with Dobbs Tires. This is the first in the area?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, tell us a little bit about your business.
So Dobbs Tire Auto Centers is a locally owned company that we are celebrating our 50th year actually this year in September. We do anything from the smallest repair of a bulb to full automotive repair. The only thing we don't really do is body work. We do oil changes, shock, struts, alignments, tires, oil changes, preventative maintenance, general repair for a vehicle.
Where are you headquartered?
High Ridge, Missouri.
Okay. All right.
Chairman, this is the third one we're approving in the Northland. First one is in the Twin Creeks area.
Okay.
If you can, across from the Target, kind of. The second one, the BZA granted an approval. We had to have several variances down at Antioch Center.
Okay.
So, and
All
then
right.
this is the third one.
What are the hours of operation?
7 to 6 Monday through Friday, 7 to 5 on Saturday. No Sunday hours.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Having deja vu, I could have sworn we saw one of the other ones, did we not?
You should have seen Twin Creeks for sure.
Yeah,
I
'cause-
think there was a amendment done to the UR plan down there at Antioch to add this in as an approved use.
Yeah, I might have been out that day.
Yeah, because I remember we were talking, there was a tire shop down the road and
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant then? All right, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 10, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony then. Anything else to add at this time?
No.
Okay, with that, take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item number 10 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Again.
Aye.
Crowell.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to docket item number 11, and as soon as that's done, we're going to take a little break.
Docket item number 11 is case CD CPC 2026-70, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan in District B3-4 on about 8 acres generally located on the east side of North Oak Trafficway at Northeast Hill Street to allow for 24 dwelling units in 6 multi-unit buildings. Allison Jenkins, our summer intern from K-State, will be presenting this item. So we've had a great time with her this summer. If you would,
All right, questions
no-
are ready.
yeah, get your questions ready.
All right. So as you said, my name is Allison. I'm the summer intern with the Development Management Division. Thank you for allowing me to present docket item number 11, CD CPC 2026-70. The site is generally located at 3519 North Oak Trafficway in Council District 4 and is located within the Briar Cliff Wynwood area plan. This is the site zoomed in. To the south is North Kansas City. To the west is Waterworks Park and the water treatment plant. This is the view of the site from North Oak Trafficway. This photo is towards the southern portion of the site where there's one existing building that is to be demolished. This is a view from North Oak Trafficway as well that is towards the northern portion of the site, which is currently an undeveloped parcel. There is a previously approved plan associated with this site. The proposal included 3 residential apartment buildings with 167 total dwelling units and 255 parking spaces. On the slide, you can see the previously approved elevation and plan. Ultimately, they decided not to move forward and are now proposing a major amendment to the original plan. The proposed major amendment includes 24 attached townhouse units, 6 buildings each containing 4 dwelling units. Each unit includes a private garage and 1 dedicated exterior parking space, and there are 8 additional off-street parking spaces provided for guests. The new addition will be a brick facade and fiber cement lap siding. All 6 buildings will be identical to what you see here, and the west elevation is what faces North Oak Traffic Way. The landscaping improvements include street trees, continuous shrub screening adjacent to vehicular use areas, and interior landscaping throughout the site, and the landscape plan is in accordance with Section 88-425. There are no registered neighborhood associations for this site, and a public meeting was held on July 6th where there was 1 attendee. And we did receive 1 letter of testimony provided at 8:01 this morning, and that is attached to Compass KC. At this time, the applicant is evaluating development costs and considering a reduction in building height while maintaining the proposed unit count of 24 units. So there would be no change in allowed uses or design quality, and those proposed revisions must be finalized prior to City Council introduction. For docket item number 11, staff recommends approval with conditions. Thank you again both to the commission and the applicant for allowing me to present, and staff can answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Nice work. Is there an overlay of North Oak down this far? There isn't, it's further north? I thought there's like an overlay district or a North Oak corridor thing. Development plan,
There's been some planning along North Oak, but not an overlay
but
district.
nothing that's been really codified or in, okay. What's the old development plan look like?
So that's my other question. I remember this going through, and I remember a resident on the backside on Cherry, I believe, that was concerned about sight lines and shadows, and we talked through this. From what I can remember, which was that this would be lower.
This proposal is a reduction in height and unit count, as well as.
Why are we seeing it? I guess that's the question.
It's a significant deviation from the original layout than what was approved.
Gotcha.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, let's move on to the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning, Jack Mills with North Point Development. The plan is fairly straightforward. For a bit of context on the history, we did come through for that previous approval. At that time, there was a number of reasons we changed. This is actually closer to what our original plan was for the townhome development. We had a partner that we were working with that led to some of that increased density we approved last time, and have since decided this was a better fit for the area, diversifies some of the housing variety with our Ascent Apartments project directly to the east. And these will also be primarily for sale individual units compared to rentals in the previous plan. And I'd be happy to answer any questions
Okay,
you may have.
thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
How much does the units go for?
So we're still working through development cost, and that's part of the reason we actually talked to staff about reducing some of these to be 2-story rather than 3-story to allow for some more affordable units as well.
Okay, any other questions? All right, with that, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature.
We have 2 hands raised online. I'll call first on Paige Kincaid. Turn on your camera and microphone.
Hello, Paige Kincaid, 3533 North Cherry Street. Thanks for hearing my testimony today. I'd like to bring to you first and foremost a couple of issues that I want to address just kind of on the back end here. On the notice that was sent out for the plan hearing today, you have the wrong website to join the meeting. It says kcmo.com when it should say kcmo.gov. A second issue that does come to mind right away is that I never received notice for a July 6th public hearing or public meeting. I live directly within 300 feet of this proposed development. I do have a number of questions that I want to bring up concerning this development, though I am glad to see the reduced footprint overall, and reduced sightline of this proposed development, given that I am directly behind this development. I'd like to talk about the view shed analysis that may have been covered. On Cherry Street, we have in excess of 50 feet in elevation difference. So it really is a question of screening that will be directly behind that building and how tall the screening will be to prevent line of sight from residents in this proposed development directly into our homes across the what is kind of loosely in community called the Cherry Creek drainage, separating Cherry Street from North Oak Traffic Way. I'd like to talk about some community benefits from North Point development. Recently, there was this very large luxury apartment development that came in very quickly to the south of us. I haven't seen any traffic studies. I haven't seen any kind of road improvements. I haven't seen any sidewalk, curb and gutter along our road for the existing residences that will be directly impacted by that development. So having another one come in by North Point right in front of my house is of significant concern to me in terms of traffic, which is already negatively impacted right where I live by a couple of different very unsafe intersections. I do have some questions as well about environmental assessment. I think that area may have been an old dealership. I'm not really sure what used to be there. It's been vacant for a long time and it predates me living in this neighborhood. So has there been an environmental assessment done on the site if it is a previous dealership? And some stormwater, I think, is of particular concern as well. I did see 2 detention ponds on the plan. Is that going to be adequate given that there is this significant ravine that is loosely called Cherry Creek that I've referred to before? And
Ms. Kincaid, you've kind of run out of time here, so can you summarize really quick, please?
yes, overall, it would be really great to see what North Point Development is doing to help reduce the visual view shed and the impact to the existing communities here and what they are looking to provide our community in terms of benefits. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Caitlin Hicks.
Okay.
Hello, Caitlin Higgs. I live at 3529 North Cherry. I also did not receive a notice for the meeting on July 9th or July 6th. Our street is one of the few remaining neighborhoods that's surrounded by mature forest. We've already experienced what happens when this natural buffer is removed. During construction of the luxury apartments at the end of our street by the same developer, much of the forest was haphazardly cleared before we were even adequately informed. Since then, we've experienced increased flooding and erosion. It's caused mud to wash onto our roadways. It's destabilized trees. And the roadway was never restored to what it was before the construction began. The roadway was also one in which residents could walk along the side, and now that is completely covered in soft mud after every storm, making it unsafe. These aren't hypothetical concerns, but consequences from the last phase of their development. This proposal would remove the wooded creek corridor and replace it with hard surfaces, increasing runoff and worsening flooding. And the loss of all the mature trees is negatively impacting residents and wildlife. Kansas City Tree Preservation and Protection Ordinance recognizes the importance of mature trees for stormwater management, public health, environmental protection, and quality of life. Approving the removal of one of the last remaining wooded corridors in our neighborhood is inconsistent with both the purpose and the spirit of this ordinance. I respectfully ask that the city require a comprehensive stormwater analysis, preserve the creek and as much as the mature tree canopy as possible, and evaluate not the isolated impacts, but the cumulative impacts of this development and ensure full compliance with the Tree Preservation and Protection Ordinance. I understand Kansas City's growing, but growth should not come at the expense of public safety, responsible stormwater management, environmental stewardship, or the quality of life for existing residents and wildlife. Once this forest and creek are gone, they won't be replaced in our lifetime. So I urge you to protect the remaining natural corridor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes,
No other hands online.
okay, thank you. Yes,
I'm Maeve Kapler again. I just have a concern because I've seen, like, in the time I've lived in Kansas City, which is my whole life, about 100 of these development plans go up where they look identical to what this one looks like. I mean, it's littered throughout the city. Tons of these apartment complexes that look exactly the same as the development plan for this project, and they're all like these basically paper mache buildings. They're left to rot by their landlords and are just a public nuisance at that point. They're tearing down important or good things in the city, a lot of them in the city central, and making our city look a lot uglier and a lot less diverse than it used to.
thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public testimony then. So a few items that are brought up, let's see if we can address those, please. I guess first about the website. .gov or versus.org.
We'll look into that.
Then the notice, I think that's,
Not have been sent by the city. That would have been from the developer.
okay.
Yes, we submitted, or we mailed all notices according to the address list that was received on Compass KC.
That's, how's that work?
Typically, applicants can generate it themselves through parcel viewer. I'm not sure if they utilized one that we use to send out mailed notice, because we do attach that to Compass KC as well.
And it's how many feet from the property? 300 feet?
300.
Okay. All right, so then there's some other stuff regarding storm management, screening, line of sight. Talk about some of those things, environmental assessment.
Yes, so on the environmental assessment, we have completed phase 1 environmental, and nothing that causes concern on that front. As far as, I think, a number of the other comments regarding the building heights, sightlines, buffers, and existing wooded area, I think the primary thing I'll say that addresses all of those is I think this plan does a better job at preserving those things than the previous plan. So the building height will be lower. As one of the testimonies mentioned, there's a 50-foot elevation drop from our site past the creek down to Cherry Street. And so that actually helps with that sight line. We're going to be sitting up higher. You have the wooded area both above and below before you get to the single family residences on Cherry Street. And we will also be preserving more trees with this plan than the previous plan.
Stormwater management.
So stormwater management, the previous plan had some underground detention. We were impacting more of that area to the east. That's currently the wooded section that's shown. With this new plan, we're able to be tucked much more up onto the frontage of North Oak. And so we have space for some detention basins that will be adequate according to all city codes.
I think the last question is, can you talk about some of the materials that your units will be constructed of?
Yeah, so these units will be a mixture of brick and siding materials on both the North Oak and the Cherry Street side. This ties in well with our North Point headquarters, which is actually directly adjacent to the south. That's all brick, and we believe it's a good fit for the area.
Okay. Anything else, commission, from the commission? All right,
Yes.
go ahead.
I guess for staff, it's just in these cases when you know when the situation happens that the people say we didn't receive notice and then the developer says, yes, we send it. So I just feel like, is there, what happens next? Because I just don't feel okay with, like clearly there's people that have some concerns and want to talk to them. And so when we just like, oh, we send it, we didn't receive it, and then we just move on.
Well, there are two different types of notice involved. So this is specifically the developer's notice about their public engagement. We ask the developer to report back to us that they have done that by providing us with public engagement materials. They've done so because if they had not, the case would have been continued for them to do that. So we've received enough information to indicate to us that they completed that. We can't speak to any technical difficulties or, anything that might have happened in that process.
They go on the mail, correct?
Goes out in the mail.
I don't have it on hand, but I'd be happy to check after the meeting on the specific addresses and see if they were on our list. But I don't know off the top of my head.
I will note that we send notices to property owners. We get information about that ownership from the county. So there's always a chance that property has changed hands. I'm not saying this has happened in this case, but there's always a chance that property has changed hands and, there's a lag in that being reported to us.
I've lived in my house since 2019 and I did not receive notification.
As I said, I did not say that had happened in that case. I'm giving you an example.
Yeah. Okay. With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Carl, I move to approve docket item number 11 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Perkin.
Aye.
Crawl.
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Morel.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye. All right, looks like the motion passes and 7-1, or none, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so we're down to our last case for the day. I think let's take a break of about 15 minutes, if that works. I'm going to look at my clock on my computer. It's rounded up to 11:40. So let's come back at noon.
Okay.
So that's close to 15 minutes, right?
So we'll restart at noon.
Start at noon. Starting at noon. Thank you. Jeff ready? Oh, sorry, 1 minute. Oh, I got a minute? Minutes, it was 23.
That we'd reconvene it.
Okay, yeah, I'm good. Good. All right, thank you, everybody. Welcome back to the City Planning Commission, and we are ready for docket item number 12, please.
Docket item number 12 is case CD CPC 2026-69, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved UR plan to add outdoor storage as an allowed use on about 13.63 acres generally located at the southwest corner of East Linwood Boulevard and Gillum Plaza. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner for this case. Do you want me to do a brief refresh on our testimony procedures?
I think you should, yes. Be
For
great.
those who are joining us today online, if you would like to give public testimony when the chair calls for it, you can raise your hand using your Zoom screen. There's a raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will then need to be promoted to panelist in order to speak. You must accept that promotion. And once you've accepted the promotion, you can turn on your camera and microphone so that the commission can see you when you are called upon to give testimony. We will begin with everyone who has joined us in person to give testimony first. When the chair calls for public testimony, you can approach the microphone on the podium. In order to do that, we limit public testimony to 2 minutes if you are speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you are representing an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. We ask that you identify yourself with your name and address when you begin your testimony.
Yes, I think the other thing is also limiting repetitive comments. Sometimes, you know, if it's, I keep track, I keep score as well as if it's the same comment, then, you know, just let's say, hey, what the last person said or something like that. So with that, let's go ahead and get started then.
Good morning again, Larissa Chambi with Development Management Division. All right, this is case number CD, CPC 2026-69 for the property located at 24241 East Linwood Boulevard. This is a major amendment for a second use on the property. This is the subject property location. It's located in Midtown, and I'll zoom in. Here you can see the property highlighted in yellow. You can see the main corridor overlay just to the west, and Linwood Boulevard and Gillum Plaza surround the property. And then here's just a look at the site as it is today. This was the previously approved plan. It does show that Costco building and then the Home Depot building to the west. The applicant is asking for a major amendment to allow for outdoor storage. This is the second use. The previous plan was very specific in that it only allowed the Costco building for retail. So this additional use would require that major amendment. There are just a couple other aspects on the site plan that I'd like to highlight as well. And so those are kind of color coded with the table to the left. The first is the outdoor storage. I'll go into more detail in the next slide. The second is that loading dock area highlighted in orange, and then this access road median, and then the Gillum median as well. And so the first topic is, of course, the outdoor storage. It's an area of about 22,286 square feet. It should fit 25 truck stalls, which are those box trucks. And for this, we are looking for a deviation, and I'll go into detail into that as well. And this outdoor storage area does comply with our warehousing, outdoor storage, freight, and freight movement and truck parking use. So it does comply with all of that. This is the deviation that is being requested. Gillum Plaza and Linwood Boulevard are both established boulevards. And so there is requirements for any fencing that you can see from the boulevard. And that is that it be 80% transparent and constructed of high quality permanent materials. It also limits that height to 6 feet in the rear and 4 feet in the side. The applicant is proposing a 10-foot tall decorative security fence. And so that's just an update from the staff report. The staff report does mention wrought iron, but it is a decorative security fence, 10 foot all the way around the outdoor storage area. The second change is the loading and shipping docks. There will be 4 new shipping docks that are included and will remove a portion of the building. They will be loaded in the afternoon and then stored in the outdoor storage area overnight. And there is an ADA path that used to cut through across that, but the applicant has moved the ADA path that to provide a safer crossing for those who are using that to the sidewalk on Gillum Plaza. The third item to kind of discuss is the access road median, which is between the Costco and the Home Depot site. It does include crosswalk striping. The applicant is proposing an uneven rock surface for the length of the median. And then they are also providing a new curb island there as well. And then the fourth item is the Gillum Plaza median. They are going to reinstall the median that used to be on the site. It'll allow for a right turn only when you're exiting from Costco, and then a right turn when you are, a left turn when you are entering the Costco site from Gillum. This median was there before, but it was removed between 2012 and 2014. I do have some pictures. And so we're not sure when it got removed. There are no permits asking for that removal. It is what's created that slightly difficult exit out of the Costco site onto Gillum. And so by replacing that median, the applicant will improve the pedestrian and vehicular safety on this site as well. Applicant did also work with staff to update their landscaping. The landscaping on the site is fairly old, and so it will get updated to ensure that it meets our code, and anything that is sick or has died is replaced. The applicant is also providing landscaping around the storage area, which you can see on the right side of the screen. And then we'll replace some of the landscaping between the fuel storage area and the outdoor storage. So here is a view looking southwest towards the site. You can see there's an access point off of Linwood. And then here's that Home Depot site, which we'll get closer to in a moment. So based on 88.5.16.05, we did go through the approval criteria. I'm only going to highlight about 4 of them. So does the plan comply with all the standards of the zoning and development code? Like I said, they are requesting that deviation for the fencing to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. Apart from that, they are complying with the rest of the zoning and development code. Vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site and circulation within must provide for safe and efficient movement of traffic. They are updating those medians to provide safer ingress and egress. They have also updated their truck movement on the site to provide a better circulation on site and to prevent trucks from circulating as close as they used to be to those residential apartments to the south. And then F, the location, orientation, and architectural features must be designed to be compatible with adjacent properties. Again, there's no increase in square footage for the building. There's no change in design for the building. And so staff did include a condition that any future facade changes, if they do decide to move forward with that, that those comply with the Boulevard and Parkway standards. And then criteria G, landscaping, berms, fences, and walls must provide a buffer of the site from undesirable views and noises. They are providing that security fence for the outdoor storage. They're also updating their landscaping in order to comply with code. And so looking at the view of the site from the southeast, You can see that existing median that is going to be revised. And then here you can see off of Gillum Plaza, you can see the access that will have the new median placed here, if you can see my mouse. And you can see the existing loading docks currently on site. And then here is a view looking northwest, and this is looking towards the outdoor storage area highlighted in red. You can see the building towards the back and then the fuel station on the right of the screen. There's one correction that we need to remove, which was to provide a lighting plan in compliance with our code prior to ordinance request. The lighting plan was submitted after the publication of the staff report, and it does comply. And so we no longer need this correction. And then one condition to edit, like I mentioned, I put wrought iron fencing in the staff report. It is a decorative fence, so we're just updating that language to ensure that the applicant can provide the fence that they need for the outdoor storage. And that would be for condition 10. And then with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
So just making it clear that the reason it's come in for major is because of the outdoor storage.
Correct.
If they didn't do that, the rest of the improvements could be done without any change in the UR development plan or anything. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're looking at this from a land use standpoint. Okay. Any questions for city staff? All right, with that, let's welcome the applicant then.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Steve Cross, Costco's Real Estate Development Director. Thank you, Chairman, Planning Commission members, for having us here. We appreciate the opportunity to present our project. With me today, I have to my left here, I've got Morgan Nestergaard. She's our Costco Real Estate Manager. And then further to Morgan's left is John Bram, our Senior Architect. And then we have at the back, we've got Dan Kozatek, our Civil Engineer, and Ashley Sir, our Landscape Architect, if there's any questions related to those items there. So Larissa did a great job summarizing everything, and it's been great working with city staff on this project and working through, as you mentioned, the one item that we really needed to make a conversion to a business center, and I'll get into that in just a minute. But as far as the staff report goes, we've read through it in detail, and with those amendments, we concur with everything that's in the staff report. So we appreciate that. So the plan is to convert this to a business center. That is the current facility will close in the fall of this year. And our goal, subject to obviously receiving approvals and permits, would be to work through the winter time and the early springtime with some significant remodeling. Most of it's inside the building. And this does represent a significant investment in excess of $20 million into the building. Not only on the inside, but we're also, and I'll have John go through some of the maintenance stuff that we're doing in terms of exterior work, in addition to the changes that Larissa went through there. So we have a commitment to being here. That is key, investing that kind of money, maintaining the presence, and we'll go through what a business center is. So there's very clarity on that. It is a different format than a regular warehouse, but it still provides basic necessities to the community. And we do obviously have within 20 to 30 minutes other locations to the east and south, southwest, and then the new location coming in Lee Summit. So these are within the 20 to 30 minute drive, which is kind of within our typical range. You know, we're not like a Walmart where we have stores every 3-4 miles or something like that. We do have to be more strategic in where our locations are. So what is a business center? I mean, it's a membership-only warehouse primarily serving the businesses with additional products and services that you wouldn't find at a regular warehouse. And this provides members with 2 ways to shop. We do walk-ins. So this isn't like a fulfillment center, shipping center where there's nothing going to be happening here. About 80% of our business is done through walk-ins. So that means that the other 20% is done through the delivery business. And that's why it's very, very important to have this outdoor storage area. And I want to be clear that it's only outdoor storage for vans. So there's no product, there's nothing going to be stored, exposed, open there. It's just so we can load the vans up, put them in a secure facility overnight, and then in the morning time, the vans will go out. So why did this location get chosen? It was a comprehensive evaluation of the Kansas City market and fits in with our long-term growth strategy. Our team looks ahead in terms of performance and locations, and we have to adjust and adapt as needed to continue to grow and continue to support the people that we have. So we do have 51,000 members here. And actually, I think about 25% of the time they're shopping in other locations. So people do move around to the different locations. But by doing this expands our offerings and helps support our business members with a central location. There was questions at the neighborhood meeting, why don't we put this out in the suburbs? Well, obviously, we're looking at the density of the businesses within the Kansas City area. So that is key to that. The other thing is it provides a location for some of our members, some of our employees that are currently working there, that they can remain within the location there. There's going to be a reduced employee count, given the type of business that would be, but that gives us that opportunity. And it will help the local businesses reduce their operating costs by having Costco's low prices on products they use and sell every day. So we look at it as a win-win for the city and the community here. I want to be clear that anybody can shop at a Costco business center with a membership card. So there's been confusion about, is this business members only? And it's no, you can shop there with your regular Costco membership card. So the business center provides a broad selection of business-only items, but it still carries about 30 to 35% of the product that you see in the traditional warehouse, and that's primarily in the grocery section. And I know there's a lot of comments online about potentially this becoming a food desert, but if you actually go to a business center, the nearest one I think is out in St. Louis, and St. John's near St. Louis there, and you walk around the grocery section, you'll think that you're if you just close your eyes and look at it, you would think that you're in the regular Costco warehouse. And Morgan will go into a little bit of detail, and I don't want to get into too much detail if you guys don't need to hear all of that, but I think it's important to just share what a business center is. And typically with the reduced number of SKUs that we have and the way that we do this is that there will be less traffic at the store. Typically, we have 6,000 to 8,000 visits a day from members for a traditional warehouse. This will cut down to about 2,000 to 3,000 for a business center. People come, they shop longer. Obviously, the businesses, they spend more money. So that translates into reduced parking. So that's one of our site plan changes, does cut down on the parking, but we still have sufficient for our business center. We also have trucks. I know there's a big question about suddenly we're introducing this truck storage area. Wow, that's going to impact the roads. We're going to have a lot more wear and tear on the roadways with the trucks. But actually, it's going to be offset by the number of semis that typically come to a warehouse is about 25 a day. We're going to cut that down typically to about 20 for a business center. So right there, you've got 5 less trucks a day, fully loaded semis coming into the facility. Now, that is offset by the box trucks, and we do have the space plan for 25 box trucks, but we'll probably start off between 5 and 10, depending on the business members and needs, and then that will grow. So we plan for the 25, but that could take us 10 years, 10, 15 years to get to the full complement of 25 trucks. And again, as Larissa mentioned, these are just box trucks. So these are the 28-foot long box trucks. They have nowhere near the same impact as a fully loaded semi. And that's also offset by the number of vehicles. As I said, the members coming in, you have 6,000 to 8,000 members, cuts down to 2,000 to 3,000. You've got about a 50% reduction in just vehicular traffic coming to this location. So we think it more than offsets with the reduction. So we have no concerns as far as the traffic. The hours, business centers open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., whereas the warehouse is open Monday to Friday, 9 to for executive members to 8:30. And then Saturday and Sunday is the reduced hours there. So it's the same hours Monday through Sunday. Gas hours are going to stay at 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Typically, business centers, we're building them from scratch. They don't always have gas stations. Because we have the gas station here and we have the room on the property and we want to continue serving our members, the gas station will stay in place. It'll stay in place while the facility is being remodeled. So I'd like to turn it over to Morgan here just to kind of go through, just to give everybody a flavor of what you can buy, what you can see at the Costco Business Center as it relates to the warehouse there.
I'm Morgan Estegard, Costco Wholesale Real Estate. So on the screen, we have our floor plan. As you can see, it is very similar to the typical Costco retail store. We typically have grocery and produce, meat, and dairy coolers on one side and hardline on the opposite side. So you would enter as you would today near the red box, and it is, can you keep clicking? Essentially, what you would see when you walk into the business center is some smaller selection of seasonal items, any shelving, food grade buckets, storage, organizational products, large and small appliances. So this is different than the current Costco wholesale configuration, but still similar shopping and layout experience. Just like the Costco warehouse, we will have freezer boxes, which has frozen fruit and vegetables, frozen beef and chicken, ice cream, snacks, primarily what is also available at the warehouse in the same warehouse size. Can you keep going?
Morgan, is some of this in our packet, like the floor plan showing your different stuff? We don't have that in our packet, do we?
It's not, but we can share. Larissa has this presentation, so we could share that. Larissa can share that with the commission members.
Okay. You don't have a printed copy out that could be passed out, or?
I just have one copy here.
No need to do.
Sorry
okay.
about that.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Sorry.
So one of the largest differences between the retail store and the business center is the lack of deli, bakery, and food court. Here is just a real comparison of the difference in the warehouse. You can see on the left, we have the deli and the produce cooler, whereas in the warehouse or in the business center, we have all of our meat, produce, dairy, refrigerated items in one walk-in cooler, about 10,000 square feet. And within that, just to give you a understanding of what kind of sizes we're talking about, you can still get your unsliced steaks. None of this is prepackaged. It's still take-home singular family use. You can get your unsliced turkey breast, pre-sliced deli meat, your hot dogs, refrigerated snacks. Next slide, please. Same size Kirkland eggs, 18, I think it's 18 gallons of milk, but then also you have business size yogurt, Costco wholesale warehouse size yogurt. It's really giving you the option of what sizing you need. So similar as far as produce, not much deviation from warehouse sizing. So we're looking at, romaine, arugula, iceberg lettuce that you would purchase at the warehouse. You can get large bags of peppers, the original 1 pound bag of peppers, berries. You really have an option of, can you go to the next slide? One of the biggest is on the sales floor for your option is you can get 60 pounds of onions and a 5 pound bag of onions. So we're trying to meet both member types. And just to complement that, we do have 5-gallon buckets of soy sauce, but we also have the 1-gallon bucket of soy sauce. We have, warehouse size aluminum foil and foil that would be available for a small deli, someone that's using much, much more. And all of the Kirkland paper products are available as far as paper plates, utensils, paper towels, toilet paper. We just wanted to make that clear that it is available at business centers. And some of these photos are really just the comparison. It's very similar layout, minus the food court service at our front of house. So you would pull up with your cart, check out the same way. And the final photo, I believe, is our center section, which is fully, in this location, you would see your shoes, jewelry, seasonal items, Christmas decorations. Obviously, that is not at a business center, but would be stocked with water, beverages, convenience, snacks, things like at a warehouse, you might have a mixed pack of Gatorade, and at the business center, you might have a mixed pack and only a yellow pack. So it's really just giving an expanded option for beverages, items, and grocery. I will pass it over to John to talk about some of our improvements on the site.
Yeah, before John jumps in there, I just wanted to recap and reiterate what Morgan said about what we don't have. So I talked about what we do have and what we're trying to retain as part of the business center. Morgan did touch on that, all the items that do get eliminated that aren't part of the business center model. And that's that whole center areas, like she said, it's the clothing, the toys, the housewares and stuff like that. So Just wanted to point that out. The tire center will go away, the pharmacy, the hearing aid, optical, and all of that does go away. So John, if you want to, yeah, just kind of go, I think Larissa did a good job outlining the changes, maybe more of the site enhancements that we're doing.
John Brem, I'm with MG2 8444 West Park Drive, McLean, Virginia, representing Costco. Just a quick recap of what Larissa has already gone over. Corner here. Yeah, that one would be easier. Thank you. All right, just a recap of what Larissa went over is we're taking 4,500 square feet out of the corner of the building here to provide shipping docks. That is for the request, which is for this area here that I'm circling, the secure truck parking area. In addition, I don't think it's been touched on, but one improvement that we are making as part of this change is adding the truck parking, or sorry, the truck movement through the parking lot that pulls it farther away from those movements further away from the school district to the south and the residential districts to the south. And you can see that there. In addition, that gives us the ability to add some more landscape islands and some additional screening from the south to the warehouse. This is a aerial view of the before condition, the today condition. And you can see our truck movements and the improvement condition in an aerial view, just to give you an idea. And you can see on this rendering the amount of landscaping that's being added, the additional road for truck movements. You can see the truck parking area. You can see that where trucks will be exiting the site up on the boulevard. If you're not noticing a whole lot of changes in these slides, that's kind of the intent. There's not a huge amount of changes happening here. This is just a perspective of the front. The business centers, the Costco wholesale sign changes to a business center sign. And you can see over here that there is a canopy for loading. Keep members out of the weather if they have a large order they need to pick up. Here's a view looking at the receiving and shipping docks. You can see there's not a huge change there other than the corner of the building's missing and the sign moves over farther. On the top, you can see existing condition with the trees, currently not present. And then we have the trees just screened out here, so you can see how much screening will be added to that space along Gillum Plaza. This is just a view showing the before and after, looking from the south towards the building, just to give you an idea of the additional amount of plantings and screening that will be added to help with the school and the residential area to the south. Simple view, not much changing here. We're doing with the tire center going away, the garage doors on that side of the building will be infilled with materials to match the building, and some of the signs will also be removed from that side of the building. Along Gillum Plaza and the retaining wall, we're adding a significant amount of plantings and trees in that area to augment the screening of the facility. And then here is an elevation of our security fence. And then, oops. A couple things I'd like to note that aren't shown in the slides, but in addition to just the general improvements that were being made to add the shipping trucks and the fence and the landscaping, Costco is also making an investment here to repair and replace the parking lot. So right now, the parking lot's even, but it's got a lot of cracks going on. It's got some potholes and some other issues going on. Costco is planning on resurfacing, repainting that parking lot, bringing it back to its original condition. We're uplighting or updating light fixtures on the north property line and the south property line to bring the lighting levels into current Kansas City, Missouri codes. So dropping about a foot candle of light trespass that's currently there down to 0.183 foot candles or 0 foot candles in many cases. And we're also adding, this is a minor issue, but we're also adding long-term bike storage and some additional short-term bike storage at the front of the warehouse. And that ends our presentation.
Thank you, John. Yeah, just to recap in terms of timing, this is something, as I said, we'd be looking to close in the fall, and then we want to get it open as quickly as possible. We don't want to delay it. It's really the trigger is the closing date, and if we have permits in hand before that, we would immediately start work and we could open earlier in the year. I think it's about a 4-month process, 4 to 5 month process to do all of the interior improvements. Like I said, we're spending in excess of $20 million, so it takes time to spend that money. So, but thank you for having us, and we appreciate giving the opportunity to present this. So we're open for questions.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. It kind of sheds a lot of light for me as to what exactly you guys are doing and not doing. So appreciate that. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
I have one. What's the next closest business center?
It's St. John's, just on the west side of St. Louis. I believe that's the closest one.
Quick question for me. You mentioned that the clientele that you're trying to service with the change is more local businesses or businesses in the area. Can you describe the types of businesses that you're looking to serve that you currently can't with your capacity or layout of business operations?
Yeah, it's just typically there's small businesses, restaurants, convenience stores, just offices, obviously office products and things, a lot of food related products, restaurants, those kind of businesses.
Are you, the operating hours for the loading docks are gonna be the same as for the customers, or they're gonna be different?
No, the loading will happen so when we talk about the 2 docks, you got the receiving docks, which are the existing ones, that's where the product's coming in, and then the new shipping docks, those will be after the vans return at about 5 to 6 p.m. That's when they get pulled into the shipping dock area. They'll have all the products staged, ready to start bringing in and loading into the vans, and then there's only 4 docks there. So as the vans are loaded, then they get moved over to the outdoor secure area.
So there's not gonna be overnight activity or?
It'll be as long as it takes to prep the vans for delivery. So whether that's if we close at 6 o'clock and it's a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours. I mean, that's just the time it takes. So yeah, it's not an overnight process. But the trucks that typically come and deliver to the warehouse, they'll come similar time that they come today, which is early in the morning.
And can you go back to the map can you point where the trucks are gonna enter and leave the facility, please?
This is a good visual.
While you're here, can you go to the previous one can you toggle back? Existing? Is there not, so my question, I'm going to piggyback off of you is, if you go back to that, the Axon, sorry, or are those new lights, new traffic lights?
They're existing.
Okay, they just didn't show, they didn't show on the other one, so I want to be clear, you're not
Yeah, no, it's an
proposing-
existing light.
Yeah.
No, they're existing lights.
So you're saying they're gonna come in and leave on Linwood, or they're gonna use Gillen?
They come in off of Linwood, either at the signal, or they can come in on this left turn, right turn, full access along the back of the warehouse today. And they can follow, so the receiving trucks would use the bigger berths here, the 4 bigger or larger berths on the end. And then the smaller berths closer in are the shipping docks. Those are for the smaller box trucks. They can both come in the same way, exit here, go through the parking lot, and then come out on Linwood to the signal. So
They won't be using Gillen. The reason I'm asking is just because I know the city has put a lot of effort in making Gillen Road safer for.
Yeah, that's the reason we're reinstalling the median at the entrance on Gillum, is to prevent trucks from going out through that entrance and coming in that way. We want them to use Linwood.
And they feed currently in between the small businesses on the right side?
You mean
to the
west?
Yeah, you have Little Grocery and the spa.
Yes,
so
they
feed
they
going both sides.
They currently go through that space. Yeah, it's about 30 feet. It's tight, but they don't park or stop there. They just traverse.
Can you go back to the site plan? I know, I was just confirming it. It sounds like that median is being removed off of Linwood so the trucks can get through into that entrance, correct?
The median off of Linwood is remaining the same. Currently, right now, it's just a pair of curbs with some dirt in between. And we're planning on cleaning that up, pulling the nose of the curb back a little bit.
Can you zoom into that top east corner? Because that's where the trucks are entering. Yes, that's where the trucks are entering.
Is that what you're?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So that's where the trucks are entering, correct?
That is one space they can enter. It's right in, right out only.
So that median is going to be gone.
No, that median stays put. There's no changes to Linwood.
There's no changes at the top right.
So they're going to be coming from the west then.
And reconstruction
The median,
happening to the left.
the median reconstruction is taking place over here on the exit drive onto Linwood. That's in the
Okay,
development.
guess I'm confused if the trucks are coming from the north, right, or from west, how do they get across them?
You're talking about the median in Linwood. He's talking about the.
Here, talking about the
Yeah.
median here. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, they'll have to come down. They'll either have to come up Linwood to the east and come in this way, or they'll have to go back to the traffic signal and
Okay,
do
because I
reverse
think
flow.
on one of your plans, it showed the path coming from east in that way. I don't know where, it was something attached to the,
Yeah, if you zoom out, I think it's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Costco, we have a number of Costco specific trucks, the ones that you see with the Costco on the semi trailer, about 10 or 12 of those, and we can kind of control where those come in as far as their access. But the other ones are third party providers, tire providers, or bread deliveries and things like that. So when you talk about where trucks coming in, that's one of the things why John was kind of just, they can come in all three of those entrances, obviously depending on which direction that they're originating from. But ultimately, what we're trying to do is control the exiting trucks by putting that median back in there. We don't know, predates us. We don't know why that median got removed. So by putting that back in and putting that central island that's on the right-hand side there, you can see that route there. We're adding more islands and we're creating a better path through the site to encourage our trucks to continue to take that path to go back out to Linwood at the traffic light.
correct, so they're not coming through Gillum.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, no, that's what, it was just, you have a visual red dotted line that shows like it's coming from east. I don't know where it's showing. It's just something we had in our,
Yeah, that is something we should have caught. And
okay,
not
just
had
wanted to
it
make
being
sure that
had
that's
on the
not how,
exhibit.
because
Yeah.
I was like, I can't imagine how that's gonna happen.
Can you go back to the wrought iron gate?
Not wrought iron, the decorative metal fence.
Decorative metal.
Wrought iron's very old fashioned and a lot of maintenance to it.
So where exactly will be, just help me understand where the gate will be closed. Is that just around the outdoor storage area or?
It's on the east side of it. If you look at the site plan, yeah, it's on the east side. So it's loading opposite from where the Home Depot is.
Okay.
There's an opening there. It'll be a sliding gate that you see in that picture there.
One way in and one way out.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. I think again, just making sure we got the time limits for our testimony, 2 minutes for public comment, and then up to 5 minutes if you represent a larger group like an association or a neighborhood. Please limit comments so that they're not repetitive. I'll keep score on different things that people bring up, and so we have that. All right, thank you, and please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Christine Taylor Butler. I live at 737 Manheim Road, so I'm about 6 blocks south of the Costco. I've been a member since the very first day they opened, so more than 25 years. We get our prescriptions there, we get our glasses there. I'm an executive member, so my rebate check was a whole lot bigger than what I actually paid for the membership. But also, I also need to point out that my formal training, my degree is in civil engineering and architecture from MIT, and I have worked for retailers in the past, so I actually understand what it is they are trying to do. Having said that, and I know this is probably not the most appropriate meeting to bring this up, Jim Glover worked really hard to take that land by eminent domain because the opportunity was to create something that would benefit the community. So there are some questions we still need from the city council. There are no Costco staff members here that can answer the questions that we have. At the public meeting, we were told over and over again, this is above our pay grade. We can't answer your questions about why this is becoming a business center. We were, however, told there is a business center in St. Louis, 3 miles from a different Costco. We've had people ask about prescriptions. They were being told they will be transferred to Lee Summit and they can have them delivered for $8. But if you're a senior citizen, $8 it's $8. So I have a couple of questions, but more concerns. The storage area is going to be 25 box trucks, which are going to be plugged in and refrigerated. So there will be merchandise in that area. And that's one of the things we object to. Second is 10-foot wrought iron fences, which was not presented at the Westport meeting. I think there's just too many questions about this conversion that are not being answered by the people who are here representing Costco because they were not the people who made those decisions. Also, I live 6 blocks south. I never got any notification that this process was going on. It all happened because we are all part of social media and talking. So at worst, I'm asking you to postpone your decision because we have not had enough time to get the details we needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Maeve Kapler. I live at 4318 Mercier Street, right behind the Quick Trip in Westport. And I used to live like 1 block away at 3200 Gillum. I go to the Costco a lot. I see this Costco a lot when I'm driving around. There's a lot of the homeless population in Kansas City that reside outside of the Costco, or at least, do a lot of their activities outside of this Costco, and they keep it largely peaceful and largely very safe with their own activities. The concern I have is if they shut down the pharmacy here and those people no longer have access to the prescription drugs that they can get at that Costco without a membership, or the food court that's there, they might move to another area that's less safe for them or less safe for other people. And if they lose access to those prescriptions, then they could lose access to antipsychotics, they could lose access to medications that are keeping them safe and us safe by allowing by not letting those people access their medication. I know there's pharmacies all throughout the city, but a lot of them are a lot less and a lot less safe of an area, and a lot less of a area where people can hang out and reside without getting into trouble, and the people there keep it pretty peaceful. So it's a pretty big concern for me to think that if we shut down the pharmacy there, then those people would have their prescriptions moved to Lee Summit. Also, not to mention that the Lee Summit Costco that they're building, it's a new development that they're building in Lee Summit. They could just convert that they could just make that new development a business center. It would serve the same audience. It's not ridiculous to drive 20 to 30 minutes out to stock your business.
Okay, you're gonna need to summarize here. Your time's up. Thank you. All right, anybody else? If you want to speak, please be ready.
Okay, one thing that I noticed you said was no 2 minutes and no repetition, yet we had to hear the third guy here repeat everything. Okay.
Okay, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Lucy Kirkenmeyer,
Okay, thank you.
4325 Jarbo. You say you're 25 delivery trucks. What kind of trucks? I've heard van, I've heard box trucks, I've heard semis. To me, it seems like it's going to be a lot more trucks. Okay, because you're going to have people coming in with trucks to get their stuff. And also you're delivering for them with trucks. Okay. Schools are close by, all that truck stuff going on. Let's see. The tire inflation station, I don't know if that's supposed to stay or not. No, they couldn't answer that at the Westport. The tire inflation, because it uses different type of air. I don't know, hydrogen or whatever they put in tires now, but I bought my tires at Costco and it's a way of keeping maintenance. Let's see. I'm glad you mentioned the onions that you could get smaller. Thank you. I appreciate that. Smaller things for that stuff. Costco's TIF has expired. Their tax rate changed, their focus did too. The end game is not about what it's best for. The end game is not about what is best for a community. It's just turning it into a different kind of store. I have a proposal, a thought. In St. Louis on October 25th, 2022, University City, Missouri, Costco opened a regular store. Exactly a year later, on October 24th, 2023, Costco opened a business center less than 3 miles away, or 1 year later, okay? 3 miles away. I've got a question. Would it be possible that Kansas City, Missouri could arrange tax increment financing, TIF, money for them to build or renovate a building to create a business center in another central location in the city, to be near access to a highway, traffic way, or boulevard that can handle traffic, not tear up the road, or streetcar tracks? Because the streetcar is right next to. And I understand the thing went off. Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liz Diebold. I'm at 3646 Charlotte. Appreciate the presentation from the Costco representatives. I appreciate all of your public service. And it's actually in the interest of the public that I want to bring my comment in addition to the note that this land was taken by eminent domain with the justification that it would serve the resident population around it. There were also tax dollars that were used to develop this property. I think too often we treat the taxpayer and the general public as a passive taker of whatever it is that the corporates or the powered interests want to do on their own. I would just like to think about us as investors, like we, the residents, the taxpayers, were investors in this property. We've not been properly consulted as investors about what the future of this might look like. And so I think with that spirit in mind, I too would implore you to just take a bit more time, ensure that this proposal is serving the residential interest, which was the original intent of justifying, again, taxpayer investment into this property as well as the eminent domain of the land. Thank you.
Anybody else here locally that wants to speak? Okay, let's go on to the folks that are online.
Sure, we have 2 hands raised online. I will call first on John Heil.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I am here in opposition to the zoning requests. Costco has been an important part of Midtown for more than 25 years. For many residents, as has been stated, it's a trusted source of groceries, pharmacy services, and everyday necessities. Over these years, Costco has proven to be a valued community partner and has also benefited from significant public investment intended to keep this resource in Midtown. Literally tens of millions of dollars in tax abatements and public investments in this area. That history matters, but today's decision should not be based on Costco's reputation or what Kansas City taxpayers have contributed to the success of this location. It should be based on the proposal before you. And unfortunately for me, Costco's handling of this process makes that especially important. Rather than engaging early with neighborhoods, schools, and community stakeholders, Costco chose a process that lacked transparency and meaningful dialogue. As a result, I feel like this request should receive no special benefit of the doubt based on Costco's past service, but instead should stand or fall on the merits of this plan. And on those merits, this project is not a good fit for Midtown. The proposal effectively transforms the site from a community resource into a higher volume distribution operation. Fewer small vehicles, more trucks, more box trucks, and even though it was not addressed in the presentation, I assume a significant number of additional trucks that are coming into the facility to pick up deliveries. Our other neighbors have spoken about the impact of this on those of us who live here. I also want to say that there has been no conversation about the potential impact of the 3 schools that are within an eighth of a mile of this site. Additional truck traffic will complicate daily drop-off and pickup routines. More importantly, it increases safety risks for the hundreds of students, families, and staff who travel those streets to get to school every day. I've heard nothing about how Costco has engaged with those school communities to ensure that those students, those staff, and those parents will stay safe. Costco has every right to structure its business in the way it believes best. But this planning commission has the responsibility to determine whether that business model is compatible with the community's adopted vision for Midtown. This commission and our city council works for the people who live here. It does not work for the corporation out of Seattle. I do not believe this proposal is compatible with the vision of Midtown. Costco referenced actually during the presentation, and I wrote this down, that the reason they chose this space was because
John,
of
we
the-
need to sum it up here.
Yep, I'm
run
on
out
it.
of time.
They referenced that they chose this location specifically for density, and I would counter that the density in this space is exactly why this location is the wrong fit. I encourage you to take this back and offer additional chances for engagement. Thank you, and sorry for going over.
Thank you. Who's next?
Jordan Smith.
Hi, my name is Jordan Smith, and I live at 812 East Linwood Boulevard. I provided some written testimony already, but I just wanted to kind of make a couple points that stood out to me based on Costco's presentation. Number one, the rendering shows all traffic exiting and entering off Linwood Boulevard. It's going to increase what is already sort of a corridor that handles a lot of business traffic, but we also have a bunch, hundreds of new housing units coming in along Linwood, an area where we've desperately needed these new opportunities, and this is going to complicate those goals for Midtown. Number two, Costco is talking about how this is going to be useful because there'll be actual fewer visits, but when you look at their math, it doesn't really work because you've got a lot of additional trucks coming in. And now you have a bunch of trucks going out, right? So we definitely are increasing a lot more of truck traffic, even if the sort of regular consumer car travel is going to be decreased. But that brings to the third point, which they said, which is that there are about 51,000 members that come here, but only 1/4 of them actually shop at other Costco locations. That means there are roughly 38,000 members of this Costco location will relatively be displaced because they're not all coming for bulk water or single type of Gatorade. And so there are a lot of folks that come to Costco right now who actually take advantage of the other small businesses that are in our neighborhood and are growing in our neighborhood. And making more business traffic is decreasing the ability of Midtown to thrive as it has been and continues to do. So in sum, I would just say that even what looks like a small sort of land use change has really, really big consequences here for not only for traffic and it's basically bringing a more industrial model and a less consumer model to an area that has been trying to develop a more consumer-friendly sort of destination zone with lots of housing and thriving small businesses. And I would note on that also that the businesses that they list that they'd like to see coming in here are already businesses that shop at the warehouse. So I'm not really clear who these other small businesses that are being disadvantaged by this not being a business center are. So thank you so much. Again, my name is Jordan Smith, 812 East Linwood. I can see Costco from my house.
Thank you.
Chris Koch.
Thank you, Chris Koch, President, Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, 3927 Harrison Street. Don't want to repeat concerns already raised, but primarily our residents of Hyde Park which represents over 2,500 households and over 5,000 apartment units. So a very significant population just across the street from Costco. We haven't heard a single positive feedback from any residents of this transition, but primarily concerned about the traffic, just the lack of any sort of engagement. The only time we've heard anything from publicly from the Costco management was this public engagement meeting that was a city requirement, and then they didn't even treat it as a public engagement meeting. They treated it as a public informational session. So we don't feel that the residents and community around Costco have been properly engaged. We ask that the Planning Commission today table this for further discussion with the community so that Costco can get a better grasp of the sentiments in the community, knowing the 25-year history that has occurred with this site and the sacrifices that the community made to make this development possible back in 1999. Thank you.
All the hands raised online.
Okay. 15 seconds, very quick.
You. I did just want to know, I appreciate, Mr. Kobe Carl, your comment. This is really just a review of outdoor storage proposal. Plus, it seems like the addition of a fence that does not align with the boulevard requirements. Because taxpayers are not consulted as investors as we should be, this procedural review is that opportunity. And so I understand that you really want to focus on, we're just approving outdoor storage, but actually this is the opportunity for public engagement on this. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we'll close public testimony then. Few things were brought up. I think some that have already been discussed. You know, if we could just kind of reiterate, talking to any of the schools that are in close proximity of this place, the trucks and how many. I think we've gone through that a little bit, but just kind of reiterate that a little bit. Is your tire and inflation, will that remain or does that go away? TIF, that's not really for this board to really talk through. We're more land use and everything about that. The TIF is going to be and where that's at, and if there's anything coming out of that that's different.
That said, I believe initial tax funds from the development were paid back in 2022. I believe that's all been paid back.
It's all done. So, correct. So they've kind of made an investment as well in the community through the TIF and the infrastructure that they've had to do to serve the store, and have paid that back, I assume, through that. Let's start with that, and I imagine there might be a few more questions.
So to respond to just to the truck traffic, we do have a traffic memo in the package there. And simply because of the reduction in the traffic, certainly there could be some additional members bringing larger vehicles and maybe trailers or something to pick up their supplies. But the net difference is a significant reduction in truck traffic. So we didn't see any reason to engage with the schools or anybody around us because the traffic will be less. So that was addressed in our study there. And then as far as the tire inflator, yeah, unfortunately that goes away because that's part of the tire facility. So when the tire facility goes, that inflation station will be gone as well.
Yeah, so your number of average vehicles per day, that goes down quite a bit. Your semi truck, you said it goes down 5 a day?
It goes down about 20%, from 25 to 20. That's fully loaded semi trucks.
But then you'll have the box trucks doing deliveries, so they're about the size of what, a Amazon?
28 foot, yeah, a little bit bigger than the Amazon truck probably, but 28-foot box truck. And as I said, we'll start with 5 to 10 initially, and in maybe 10 or 15 years, we'll be up to the 25.
Okay. All right. Any other clarifications the commission thinks we need to have based on the public comments we received?
None for me.
Anyone? Okay. So at this time, I think we go ahead and close, or I guess there anything else you'd like to add before we close all testimony?
No, appreciate the time and look forward to your vote.
Good. At this time, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. Kind of curious what everybody's thoughts here.
Yeah, I mean, I too am a Costco member. Wish it wasn't the case. Appreciate that what's being kept is being kept. Fully appreciate that the role that Costco's played to residents in the area. I think it's a nice distinction that people made, that this was serving residents and now it's going to be serving businesses. And so serving residents indirectly, or maybe not as fully as before. In looking at it as a whole, you know, understanding what is planned to be removed from the offering, I feel as though they are, it's nice that the food essentials are still there. I wish that a pharmacy was staying. I think there are lots of pharmacy options. As the chair said, you know, we're looking at land use here. I respect the business making its business decision. And in terms of the land use, while I don't want to have 25 box trucks, you know, at this location, understand the need for it for this business. And so I'll be supporting this plan.
I'll go ahead and go next. I'm not supportive of the plan, sort of for twofold. First reason is kind of programmatic. The service that Costco's provided to the area, you know, the citizens of the area have kind of grown to depend on the services that are being provided. And so the case that was presented to us from you all was more so look at what we're keeping rather than sort of what is the community benefiting from. And so I think the removal of those services is not going to be beneficial to the community. The second part of that is the land use, looking at the land use of this area. And I know that this isn't the fault of anybody who's standing before us today, but the land use of this area is extremely inefficient, especially given that it is surrounded on all four sides by a very dense neighborhood that is some of the most desirable neighborhoods to live within the core of Kansas City. I feel like you all had an opportunity to do something to actually give back to the community. The presentation that you gave to us really felt like, you know, what's good for Costco is good for the community, and therefore we're going to focus on what's good for Costco. And I don't think that you actually really looked with good intent as to what would really benefit the community. And in my opinion, one of the things that could have really helped is looking at how to more efficiently use this land so that it fits in with its community a little bit more. I know that you mentioned St. John's, Missouri as an example of another business center, but I looked at St. John's while you were giving the presentation and while some of the public was giving testimony, and it is not a comparable context to Midtown Kansas City. It's a much more suburban, much more spread out area, and it's not comparable to like urban Kansas City. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be supportive of this.
Absolutely.
I'm going to echo a couple of things here. I am on the fence with this for a couple of reasons. I'm going to try and focus mostly on what we're technically reviewing today. I don't know that I support fully having 25 box trucks in and out and saying that it's going to reduce traffic. I understand that it's reducing amount, but truck traffic compared to vehicular traffic, recreation or like vehicles, like, you know, our vehicles is going to be different. Causes, you know, trucks going over large roads causes slowdowns, causes more accidents. So I think there has to be a little bit more of a bigger study on that, number one. Timing and notice. I do think that there's a lot of changes happening very quickly. So I do feel that part of that, to me, lends to this needs to have a bigger process. Going to, I know it's a small thing, but the 10-foot privacy fence, I know it's small, but if I'm going back to what we are going on, we have those in place for a reason. Our standards are 6 and 4. So I kind of believe that we should have to follow those if we're going to do it. So again, that should be a bigger conversation. Kind of echoing my co-commissioner, the St. John I also looked at as well. It is way more of a remote site than what we're talking about. We're talking about the heart of our city. So I do have some concerns about that. That's not how I'm making my decision or merits on this, but I do urge you guys to look at that differently. A 20-minute drive for a business truck to bring supplies to their small business is still supporting a small business while what was it, 8,000 people, 8,000 residents traveling 20 minutes after working a 9 to 5 and only being open till 6, right? And you're not open till 8:30 anymore. It's quite a significant change, especially when I believe when this was passed 25 years ago, it was an intent to support the community. So I think that that's something that you guys need to address. For those couple of reasons, I think I'm on the fence. I would be either not supportive or in support of pushing this down and continuing this case.
I would also second Arkin on continuance of this case.
And what's the reason behind that?
I
curious.
just think that we need some more time. That Costco came here 25 years ago to support the community. And there was a comment made by the public stating that the businesses that are being supported by Costco currently, there's no need really for a switch. So for that reason, I'm thinking it needs to be more discussion.
But I, strongly believe in applicants who own their own property doing as they choose with their own property, so long as it's following code and laws. And grocery stores close and open all the time. It's very difficult in the grocery business. Again, I appreciate that they're keeping grocery here. Grocery closes all the time. I don't think we want to be a city that makes it difficult for operators to work when they've paid back all of the investment that the city gave them and they want to do something with their own business that they think is an improvement. Restaurant Depot is currently being sold to Cisco, which is one of the main places that local Kansas City restaurants are going to get their produce if they get it locally, in addition to a place like Costco. That's probably one of the biggest potential monopolies if it passes, and isn't a benefit to small businesses. It isn't a benefit to residents. And that's just the greater context in which Costco is operating. And so the reason I would feel it very inappropriate to continue this is that we are looking at some fencing and the opportunity to store trucks, which are stored in many, many places that are zoned similarly throughout our city. And so to me, we would be using a different frame to make a decision on this based upon the way we feel about their business and the value their business provides to our residents. And so I hate that we would be treating a business which we hold in such high regard, which is why everyone wants to keep it, and we would be holding them to different standards because of the services they've been providing our community. I don't think that's a good signal to investment. Kansas City has a very, very low sales tax base based upon the size of our city. Unfortunately, we've exported a lot of retail sales to Kansas, and it makes it very difficult for Kansas City to generate as much sales tax as we need to provide the services we want. And so I don't want to make it more difficult for one of our biggest sales tax generators to do business in Kansas City. We want those businesses here.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but within the code, it says something about adverse for the community. In my opinion, this would be adverse to the community if they're taking away a lot of the services that the community actually uses. So I think it is in the best interest for us to vouch for the community.
Well, I want
People able to do their business.
Can I add a rebut
Yeah.
to what Commissioner Enders had said too, is that I understand that you're wanting to make it easy to do business. I don't disagree that it should be easier to do business in Kansas City, but the problem is the context that here. And, we don't just kind of let businesses do whatever they want if they're going to have an adverse effect on the community as a whole. And I think what we're not understanding here is that Costco, and especially this model of Costco, is a very suburban sort of model. And we've overlaid that on top of a very urban context. And so expecting it to continue to function as if it's like a suburban context where they have a lot more flexibility to have those kinds of changes. The urban context of Kansas City is much more sensitive. And so that's what I'm being receptive to rather than just the business in this case. I think it's a very specific case. And I want to make it clear, especially to other businesses, that this is not the same circumstance that they would be coming through with.
I need to push back on the logic about adverse effect. So if a cafe chooses to serve fresh smoothies on a regular basis and the community grows to love those fresh smoothies, and then that cafe operator says, you know what, we're losing money on our smoothies. We're going to keep serving coffee and these other items, but we're not going to serve smoothies anymore. by that same logic, that's an adverse impact on the community. And so by a business choosing to change their own offering, that is not, we 7 people should not choose what businesses are offering in their business. That is not our role.
And maybe I should clarify too. Again, part of what my decision is more about the land use, and maybe I should have clarified a little bit more in mine. But I think, again, different case here, because in your scenario, the smoothie shop, we're thinking small mom and pop shop that has the ability. They're not going to negatively change the overall neighborhood because they're not, owning or monopolizing several services that the community has come to rely on. And like, especially with the pharmacy or eye care, for example, like it's hard for other businesses to compete with that. And so as a result of that, Costco has kind of filled that void. So
I'm gonna go back to where my initial, conversation was. I've tried to take myself out of that part of it and look more at I know it's a small thing adding storage, but 25 vehicles, whether it's now or 5 years, that or 25 trucks, that's like an Amazon facility, people leaving that in the middle of our city. I am truly concerned about traffic. I mean, that's kind of where it comes from. I do think I go to this Costco all the time, right? This is where I get my prescriptions and where I get all this kind of stuff. I'm trying to pull myself away from that and look at it more like me driving in there now is difficult. Imagine me trying to drive in there.
Yeah, I think that those statements don't work in tandem though, because if you look at the data that they've provided, the total number of trips is going to be drastically reduced. So I fully understand that we would rather drive next to another car than a 28-foot box truck. And we cannot though complain about increased traffic when they've explicitly said the traffic will be reduced.
I guess I question, maybe this is a question for them, but those studies, is that off of their other business centers that are in remote areas, or is that off of a business center? Do they have one that's in the middle of a city? I mean, where are you getting those numbers from?
There are obviously existing facilities that we have in whether it's in California or in Detroit or whatever. So not every location is exactly the same, but we have a national traffic consultant who that's their job, is to keep gathering data for business centers and regular warehouses. So we're pretty confident with our numbers in what we presented, how we predict this would change. We did the same thing in Chicago, Bedford Park, the south side of Chicago area there. That was a regular warehouse and that got converted over to a business center. So we have data in a similar urban type area. Obviously, Chicago's a little bit bigger than Kansas City, but.
So would you say this data that you've presented is from your business centers that are in cities, or like directly in the hearts of cities, or is it generic across all of your?
It's cumulative data across all of it, yeah.
So that's skewed, a little bit skewed in my opinion, because how many business centers do you have in hearts of cities compared to how many you have on the outskirts?
Yeah, I don't have all that information here, but
that's
but
kind of
one thing I would just like to reiterate. I mean, I said it at the beginning, this location is closing. So we're having this discussion about whether we offer this service, that service. This is closing. So what we're trying to do, as Commissioner Enders is eloquently explained, we're pivoting to a different service that, while we're saying it's a business center and that's the title of it, it still serves the community, but it just doesn't have all of the services that everybody's used to. And that's just the way the business decisions that have been made to close this facility, but to keep it open. As I said, we're investing over $20 million. That is not an insignificant investment to show a commitment to this location. And it's unfortunate that it just doesn't have everything that everybody wants to keep there. But we do have these locations within 20 minutes. I mean, 20 minutes is not a big drive. I get some people, it is a tough drive, and I'm sorry that that's the case. But typically when we cite our locations, we have 20 to 30-minute drive times. And if you go out into the far suburbs, we reach out an hour. People are driving an hour. So I get it. Everything's different, but these are decisions that have been made at the highest level to close this location. And what we're trying to do is provide opportunities to still have the groceries, to still have this a vibrant facility, investing over $20 million into it, keeping employees here and keeping this location open. So that's really where we're at right now. I mean, I don't want to sugarcoat or anything.
No, this body is just a recommending body to the council or whatever. So you're saying if it moves forward and fails, or, doesn't pass, the store is just gonna completely close?
That's the
So
likelihood.
it'll
Yes.
sell or whatever, it'd be something
So-
else.
So
Okay.
I don't want it to continue. I'd respectfully request that some kind of vote be given today and we can move on to the council.
Anecdotally, I
Yeah.
mean, since you said you go frequently, I mean, one of the things that's remarkable is if you go to other Costco's during the same time period, the foot traffic is drastically higher. And so I don't know the financials of these different locations, but clearly that's, this is a financial decision. And I would much rather see a business center
Yeah, I'm
than,
gonna
than
rest my
not.
case.
And I'm
Okay,
not,
it's one
and,
way
and
to
that's why
decide.
I'm not saying no to the business center. What I'm saying is I'm looking at it as a traffic study situation. The numbers that they're pulling is not from this location.
So can I offer a different perspective on this too? Because I'm not just looking at this from traffic. I'm assuming that the overall traffic would decrease. I'm assuming that you know that better than we can know, and that I think you're being truthful about that. However, I'm looking at this again from a land use perspective. If you didn't know what the use of this building was and all you saw was just a snippet of the aerial, it sort of looks industrial. And what we are effectively doing with the approval of this is making it more of an industrial use than what it already is, even though it is using is a commercial use.
Any comments over here?
Well, I definitely do not want to see Costco's closed down. I think my concern was with the comment that no school engagement was done because of the traffic being reduced. I would like to have seen a little bit more engagement around that because reduced traffic doesn't automatically, impact. So that was just one of the things that kind of stood out when you said that school engagement, considering there was 3 schools like around the area, that it was not done because of the.
I'm just not sure what I would say to them, going to them and saying our traffic is going to be 50% less, our trucks are going to be 20% less. There'll be some box trucks leaving first thing in the morning, coming back after school at 5 or 6 o'clock. I guess I'm just not sure what engagement process I would have with them in that regard. If it was a brand new facility, I understand that would be something we would do. And we've done that at other locations, but for when it's a clear reduction, significant reduction, I just look at it as it's a better situation for the traffic.
Yeah, and I get that as well. I just want, even if there was, I just want the public to know that you cared about, the residents around, the schools around and things like that, and give them the opportunity to make sure that they're heard and that they know that you guys are there for them. Again, I don't want the store to close down. I don't think any of us do. I just, when you said that kind of just stood out to me, like, well, I would have loved to see more engagement around that.
Like I said, I just don't know what I would say to somebody to say everything's going to be less. It's, it's normally the other way is what you're going to them for, is explaining that you're going to have 25 semi trucks going down this road, between 5 and 10 in the morning or something when school is open. So that's really the engagement that we would normally have, not to say that traffic is reducing. So it wasn't a flip comment. If it was taken that way, I apologize. It wasn't a flip comment. It was just, I'm just not sure what I would do.
Just a question. Out of all the business centers that you've had, how long do they stay open? What I mean by that is years in operation. Do you intend to keep the store open for a long period of time? Let's say another 25 years, 50 years?
That is the goal.
Okay,
One thing I can tell you right now that I hear all the time from our brokers, we do not have a single closed empty building. At this point, we do not have a single closed building. We have relocated buildings where we've moved out and we've sold them to somebody else. But we are not like some of the other big retailers out there that have dozens, if not hundreds of vacant buildings sitting there. So we are in it for the long haul. Again, I want to reiterate it, more than $20 million. We're not just putting a bit of paint on the outside or inside. This is a major, major investment to turn this over to the business center.
Right, appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm good.
I was looking at Commissioner Capiti. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would like to say that I understand the concerns of the community, and I'm also very disappointed with this change. I was a resident of Midtown too, but I want to understand from Commissioner Hasek and Arkin, like our role here is to look at the plan, development plan. So I want to see like what would be the other options that we have here, because
And like I said, I'm still, like I said in the beginning, I'm still on the fence and I'm trying to make up my mind. And that's kind of where the engagement that I was looking at, my issue was that their numbers were a broader picture. I'm looking through stuff now, trying to figure out, and my next question was going to be about Public Works, and has there been a conversation with that and our local community about that in some of these, just to understand traffic flow and things like that. That's where my angle is coming from. Like I've said, I have my own opinions on that. But again, I don't want to see the business disappear.
Right.
So that's kind of my stance.
Yeah, and just from where I'm coming from, there are usually here in the City Plan Commission, with the scope of most of the projects that we get, we tend to turn our horse blinders on, and just look at what's being presented to us, But there are those occasional instances where what is being presented to us has broader implications. And this is one of those instances. And so I'm trying to look at this from the perspective, we are responsible for land use. We are responsible for the services and how neighborhoods are impacted. And so even though the scope of what we're looking at today is very limited, it has a much broader effect than just storage and gates and whatnot.
well, like I say, I'm very disappointed with this change, but I also understand that you're doing business, and your business better than we all do, and I'm also agree with Commissioner Anders. Like with the whole context of this just closing and not having anything there for who knows how many years. So yeah, I'm on the fence. I want to say that I want to hear your opinion too, Chairman. I just have I believe on the less traffic, but at the same time I still have concerns on the trucks and all that, and especially in the area of the city, right? Like you are 2 blocks, 1 block away from Main. So I will, if you ask me, my plan for the city will be to be more residential, more vibrant around that area, around Midtown, than what they share. That it looks more commercial, industrial, look. So also, I would like to say that with the presentation, I agree. You focus on what is not going away, and I wish Costco will be presenting a little bit more of benefits for the community, and what else you bring in to the community besides just, hey, we're gonna still have produce and milk, and right, like I understand that's a big benefit, but I don't know, something differently that you can look for the big picture, right, years ahead from now. But yeah, so that's.
And I'll just end with one more comment, and then I'll be done. But I want to kind of add on, what would it take for me to support something like this? And there's 2 conditions that would really make it much easier for me to support this. One is that there was a better case for what's being presented back to the community, what's being presented back to the city. The second is just if this was in almost any other location in Kansas City, this would be such an easy case.
Say that last one again. What'd you say?
If it was in almost any other location within Kansas City,
Almost?
So maybe not smack dab right in the middle of downtown.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand what you mean.
But
Almost.
if we were talking anywhere in the Northland, I think this would be a much easier case to argue.
One thing to
Hold on there.
To go down.
I'm not saying this would negatively impact I just think that the way that the neighborhoods function in the Northland are much different than how they function in Midtown.
For all we know, going down the road of what could be, there might have been a conversation at Costco that was, the center isn't working, it's not making money, we need to close it. And maybe the solution was, we want to figure out a way to continue to be in Kansas City, serve Kansas City, and come up with something different. We don't know the scenario. To the opportunity of losing out on close to $10 million a year in tax revenue isn't something that Kansas City can afford. Kansas City can't afford to lose the produce that is going to be there and the retail that is going to be there. And so I fully understand and agree that, I like Restaurant Depot's location more than this location for that type of traffic. But that said, it was a really bold plan when it was developed 25 years ago. I think it's been highly successful in spite of our frustration about this is supposed to be a pedestrian oriented area and we have a Home Depot and a Costco. And so we're working with the built environment the way it is and what we have. And I think based upon the options in front of us, none of us have certainty about what would exist if it isn't this plan.
I do have one follow-up question on guards on this, and this is something I say quite a bit on cases where we're approving things, other uses. Are they limited, or whoever is working on this process, property, would they be limited to this being the outside storage, or could it technically be the whole property if they wanted it to?
So condition number 8 states that outdoor storage is only allowed in the area that they show on the site plan.
Okay.
And then any expansion from that needs to comply with our major amendment criteria. So if it goes over, I can't remember what the exact percentage is, they'd be required to come back if they want to expand it over
What is that?
10%.
So if,
I would, but I'll
but they,
double
could
check
they
the
could
percentage.
they expand slowly 10%, or could it, if they expanded it all past 10%, it would have to come back?
Let me pull up that criteria real quick.
But no, you can't build, you can't continually just.
Well,
stack
what I'm
it.
saying is, well, can they expand it without it coming back through the storage, like where they're showing the storage on their site, right? The outside storage, that the new.
Well, right now, you're requesting like 22,000 square feet, right?
Yeah, because we're requesting it based on what we think the maximum is. At some point, you reach saturation, where it's not like we're going to have 100 trucks running around here.
What I'm trying to say, and maybe put some people to ease on this, is you can't sell the property and someone take it and turn the whole thing into outside storage.
I doubt that, because I think the approval is specific to Costco. So if we were to sell it,
That's not true.
They could sell it and someone could use it for general retail and outdoor storage per this approved plan.
That's what I mean.
Our criteria for major amendments mostly address changes to buildings, but there is one about extensive site modification involving location of buildings, raising and reconstruction of approved uses, and any other change that have impacts that warrant full review. So depending on future site changes, it's hard to discuss a hypothetical like this, but there could be future changes that would not involve buildings, that would involve just the outdoor storage, that staff would say that needs to have further review because of reconstruction or other traffic impacts.
That is what I was trying to get at.
But I also would say that there may be minor changes to, the minor changes to the amount or to the fencing that staff would say, no, that's not a major amendment.
Thank you.
Everybody all right? Okay. So I wrote some things down, and this is before all of you started speaking. I was really curious about what everybody else had to say. This is a great conversation, I think, because it is in the middle of our town. There's a lot of things that happen there, and there's very active neighborhoods in this area. A lot of active people use this space as well. I agree with the Commissioner Enders. This is a business decision on your side. We're not sitting in that room. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors with Costco, and this is something you guys decided to do, that better fit your business, and taking it from a normal warehouse to this business center. That's what you feel like is the best for you guys, so you don't have to close it down. In some ways, I think we all hate it, because we're losing all the services that you've provided to our neighborhoods, our people for 30 years. And they've, grown accustomed to that. They want to, continue to use that. But at the same time, it does provide opportunity for others in that same neighborhood. Maybe they could provide the service, and maybe they could do it better. They could do it cheaper, but it provides an opportunity for other people elsewhere. I'm in favor of the project. I think, really the reason it's before us is because of the fencing and changing that. That's the piece. That's why it's here. If it didn't do the fencing, you'd move on with the project anyways. You just let your trucks park outside and hope that nothing happens to them while they're out there, and you don't have that security there. As far as I'm gonna go back to the land use and the development there. these projects happen before us. And the people that were here in these seats before us, as well as the council and so on, they're the ones that really looked at Costco, Home Depot, and allowed those to be put in place in our mid of our city. We have a lot of people, growth, pedestrians, bike, so on. I mean, it's there, and it sounds like it's going to continue to be there, the Costco. So I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Hasek, but at the same time, I don't feel like it's warranted in this in this case, my opinion, because it's been there and it's something that's been in use, and everybody's accustomed to it and use that facility all the time. And so on the other side of this, I think you guys have some work to do. It's a change. It's a big change. It's a change for the community. I think you need to engage yourself in the community. I think you need to spend time with these folks that talked here today. You've got a very active community. You've got a very active people using your facility. Again, they've grown accustomed to your services that you provide within the facility itself. Be present at their board meetings, be present outside, go to places that they may be, put things up in the library, get out in the community itself and really demonstrate to them you want to be a good neighbor, you want to be around, but you also want to provide, you got to do what you got to do. Because they're the ones that actually are supporting you. They're making the investment in you and staying in the area, and helping support their business with your goods that you have available. So be involved with them. Spend the time, get involved in the community, any civic kind of thing that you can do. I think that's something that's warranted as well. Costco's got a history of that. You guys got a great model. I don't see any reason why you can't do that in this case. So those are really the comments I have. I am in support. I mean, as I can tell you, I don't like it fully. There's some things that need to be worked on and modified and the involvement, but from the rest of I'm in support of it otherwise. So anybody else have any comment outside of that? I mean, it sounded like there's three different things that people are thought about: a continuance, approval, or denial.
Well,
I
I
think
need your mind to.
I think it's something that we should move forward to the next route. That's my opinion. A continuance is not really warranted here. I think between now and council, maybe that's more opportunity for you guys to spend the time in the community.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think the discussion here kind of helped move the needle for me a little bit. I do kind of echo what you said, though. I think spending time in the community would be really helpful, especially how important this is in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I know you asked Commissioner Morrell, what does that look like? What do you say? It's a great question, but I think you'll figure that out as you spend the time in the community at these HOAs, within the businesses themselves. Just letting them know who you are, and if there is an issue, they can call. They know who to call. They know that you're a friendly neighbor to the neighborhoods themselves. So build that relationship is what I'm asking you to do.
Chair Corral, I move to approve docket item number 12 with conditions, removing the correction regarding the lighting plan and amending condition number 10, so that instead of wrought iron, it says decorative fencing.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 12 with the correction to condition 1 and a modification of language in number 10. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Again,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hasek.
Nay.
Morale.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 7-1. Thank you, everybody, for your time and being here, and
Thank you very much. We
you.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Is that everything on the docket?
That's everything on the docket.
No, we beat our deadline, so we all make our 2:00 appointment.
I would note that there is a fifth Wednesday in July, so we will see you 3 weeks from today. And we expect to be in council chambers for that meeting.
Yeah, the next couple of meetings, I mean, obviously there's some projects happening in the community that are going to take some thought and some discussion from the public. So please mark out your calendar to be here and be here the full day, because we will continue until we are done with those cases. So yeah, the next couple of meetings. Okay. All right, thank you. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, thank you.